It's a great pleasure to be here today. I'm Helen Clarkson, I'm Chief Exec of the Climate Group. We're an international non-profit with offices in London, New Delhi and New York, and our mission is to drive climate action fast. Our goal is a world of net zero carbon emissions by 2050 with greater prosperity for all. And we do this by forming powerful networks of businesses and governments to really unlock the power of collective action to move whole systems such as energy, transport, the built environment and heavy industry towards a cleaner future. And today we're helping to shift global markets and policies towards faster reductions in carbon emissions. So I want to go over our work in the transport space. Obviously transport is a significant contributor to climate change, accounting for around a quarter of global energy-related greenhouse gas emissions. Electric transport offers a major solution in cutting millions of tons of GHG emissions per year, as well as curbing transport-related air and noise pollution. Despite the turmoil of the last couple of years, the business community has made remarkable progress in transitioning its fleets. We now have more than 100 companies signed up to EV100, committing almost 5.5 million EVs to being on roads by 2030. That's more than the number of vehicles sold in Germany every year. But our members are not just changing their fleets, they're using their property portfolios, so their offices and stores, to build a network of charging infrastructure that supports their staff and their customers. And last year we launched the UK Electric Fleet Coalition with some of the UK's largest fleet owners and operators, which came together to call on the UK government to set a 2030 phase-out date. We've been successful not just at that, but at continuing to influence UK transport policy, and several of our suggested measures were included in the UK's recent net zero strategy. We've been calling for the government to adopt a zero-emission vehicle mandate to offer clarity and certainty to businesses as they adopt EVs across their fleets, and are delighted to see this and others of our suggested measures adopted. And we're looking forward to using our approach to influence policy in other countries, because we know that governments around the world positively respond to the business voice. We know businesses are seeing the benefits of fleet electrification, but governments can too, and we need you to lead by example. So we need you to be part of our zero-emission vehicle pledge, which asks governments at all levels, as well as individual departments, agencies, and public sector bodies, to pledge to convert their entire owned or leased fleets, where feasible, to zero-emission vehicles. We've been working in this space with governments for a while, and the zero-emission vehicle community brings together all levels of governments to share best practice and learn about exciting ZEV initiatives taking place around the world. And we run this with the ZEV Alliance in partnership with C40 Cities and the US Climate Alliance. And that's the beauty of the many partnerships that we have. And whatever your organization, I guarantee there is someone in this room that runs a program to help you transition to cleaner, greener transport more quickly. And finally, I want to talk about what brings us here today, so RouteZero. This is a high-level, is a global ambition platform which we launched jointly with the UN high-level climate champions and Race to Zero, alongside a range of other partners who've been instrumental in bringing us all here today. So the World Economic Forum, C40 Cities, CalStart, the Transport Decarbonisation Alliance, GIVA, the Green Finance Institute, Drive Electric, Road Freight Zero, the Global New Mobility Coalition, the Under 2 Coalition, Move to Zero, Count Us In, and Transport and Environment. A really long list, and it's such a great set of partnerships that we have together. Together, we've worked to showcase and call for increased ambition and action on zero-emission vehicles in the run-up to COP26. And it's great to have clean road transport as a campaign theme for COP26. It's such a critical area for decarbonisation. But today is not just about EVs, it's about innovation in the climate space. We want to see a world where cars are charged with renewable energy, and that's why you'll see lots of our members of our RE100 program here as well. We need to talk about smart and efficient use of energy, and thank you to the members of EP100 who are also joining today. And then going beyond the tailpipe, cars need to be made of clean steel, which is why we need automotive manufacturers to join our Steel Zero initiative. Climate Group works in systems because it's a great way to make, measure, and communicate change, but we mustn't forget that we need to see dramatic developments in all these systems to halve emissions in the next 8 years. This is the climate decade. It must be a decade of unprecedented collaboration, innovation, and action. And so I've been asked a lot in the last couple of weeks, are you optimistic? You get to a point in COP when you're like, I just want to survive. But so despite this being week 2, I can still only ever say yes. You know, I'm looking around, I'm surrounded by brilliant people who care passionately about the climate and have the power to make change. And, you know, as they say, with great power comes great responsibility. So let's continue to deliver on that today. So I'm delighted to welcome on stage Ola Kalenius, Chairman of the Board of Management at Daimler and Mercedes-Benz, for the event's opening keynote.
Thank you for that introduction. Obviously, we want to survive too, but we tend to be optimistic, and we have brought with us a can-do attitude to our presence here at Glasgow. It's great to see many of you working on the same topic towards a zero-emission future. What I would like to talk about is, what is Mercedes-Benz road there? How is this going to happen in the auto industry? How far have we come? And what are the things that we need to do for this to work? Starting with this slide, if this thing works. Yes, there it works. What was the gift to humanity from the founding fathers of our company? Personal freedom, the machine that changed the world. I don't think any economy could exist without transportation. Usually you see the growth in GDP being correlated to the growth in transport. But also what we take for granted. We can go anywhere, wherever we want, at any point in time. It's almost like it's a given, nobody's questioning that. 135 years ago, that was not a given. Now, if we look at where we are, 70% of all journeys, individual journeys, are still made by car. So even though we need all of the above transportation options for the future, we don't believe that individual mobility is going to go away. So what we need to do is we need to take the side effects of individual mobility out of the equation. First and foremost, CO2, but not only CO2. In the wider picture, we're also talking about full circularity in terms of the materials that are used. But maybe the most immediate and pressing issue is to lower the carbon footprint and ultimately eliminate the carbon footprint. About 2.5 years ago, as a company, we put a first stake in the ground that we call Ambition 2039. We really counted backwards from the Paris Agreement 2050 and said, if the world is going to be zero emission, carbon neutral by 2050, what is a good date for a car company to try to achieve this? To allow for some switchover in the car park, we said, we should aim to be 10 years ahead of that Paris Agreement. And then, of course, consumer good companies are known for psychological pricing, so we put another year ahead, 2039. It's kind of easier to remember, and you ask yourself, why did they pick 2039 instead of 2040? You create a debate around that. So if we want to be precise, our ambition is to be carbon neutral along the whole value chain, not just the product, at least 10 years ahead of the Paris Agreement. Now, that's the easy bit, even though first you kind of flick a mental switch in your mind, you make up your mind, you make a decision, this has got to happen, and then it becomes your mission, so it's not something on the side. Very often when we talked about this is, we asked ourselves, does the company need a sustainability strategy? And we said, no, we don't. What we need is a sustainable business strategy. The sustainability strategy cannot be something on the side. It's like a brochure that you print once a year. It's done on recycled paper or whatever. No, it has to be embedded in your business strategy. Your whole business strategy has to have this anchored in it. Now comes the bigger part. How do we get the job done? Which is not easy, but I would like to remain optimistic this morning. Well, for a car company, the obvious thing starts with the product. You have to create a product that has, to start with, tailpipe zero emission. So the obvious thing there is you have to switch the energy source that you're using to propel the vehicle. And fossil fuels have served us well in terms of the transportation bit of this equation for these 135 years. but you need a CO2 neutral energy source, otherwise it's not going to work. So it's just obvious you replace the powertrain and you switch to electric drive. Whether you choose the battery electric route, or as we have decided for our heavy trucks to use green hydrogen as a storage medium in between. That depends on business cases, technologies, variable cost, infrastructure, all sorts of things. But that is, it's as simple as that. Replace the energy source and you find a new energy source. That is what we have decided to do. In a way, it doesn't even change our business model. We still bring people from A to B, and in the case of Mercedes, in style. So there is an obvious technical solution. Theoretically, our business model is not threatened at all. And we are starting now to gradually replace our fleet. 4 launches of fully battery electric vehicles this year. By next year, every segment will have a vehicle. But that's not enough. The ultimate thing that you can do as a company is, in terms of action, is to decide how you allocate your capital, and with the allocation of capital, where do you put your engineering resources? And at the end of July this year, we presented our accelerated EV strategy in a capital markets event, where we have given ourselves a more ambitious target, saying that by the end of this decade, everywhere where a market is ready, we should be able to go 100% electric. So our whole lineup and our whole production system should be able to serve a market 100%. In a maybe very, very optimistic scenario, all relevant markets, but we will be ready. What does that mean in terms of capital allocation? From the mid of this decade, 2025 forward, all new vehicle architectures from Mercedes-Benz will be electric only. So every new architecture that comes into the market, and you know the car industry has long cycles. Usually an architecture is 10 years in the market, sometimes even more on the commercial vehicle side. But it's almost like you put this sand clock on the table. Once you've made the decision that all new investment goes into the new technology, it's just a matter of time before you have switched over. I have to say this, we as Mercedes-Benz don't cover the complete car market. We are the luxury sliver at the top of this market. So maybe we are in a privileged position that the customers that buy Mercedes-Benz have easier access to charging at home or even charging at work and so on. So we think actually a luxury company, a luxury car company like Mercedes has a better position to take a lead maybe before the complete market goes into this. But that's it. 2025, it is a big shift for our company. That doesn't mean that we're going to wait until 2025 and say, okay, thank you, see you in 4 years, and then we'll come back and show you what we have done. On the way there, we want to start ramping. So we have upped our internal target for XEV, which includes long-range plug-in hybrids, to up to 50% by 2025. There is a link between build-up of infrastructure and how the penetration in the market works, so we'll get to that in a second. But as a bridging technology, before we have charging infrastructure everywhere, longer range plug-in hybrids also will play a role. Some people are debating this. The newest generation plug-ins from Mercedes have up to 100 kilometers range, WLTP, in real life, depending on your drive, maybe 70, 80. Where I live in Stuttgart, and the distance to my office, and I've had several plug-in hybrids, I could drive Monday through Friday emission-free with a vehicle like that as well, but could go for a longer trip, maybe in the summer up to my home in Sweden, if I choose to do so. But I want to stress one thing. That is in the crossover period. I believe much of this transition is going to happen in this decade. This is the decade where it's got to happen. So the end goal, make no mistake, is zero emission, and as far as our passenger car business is concerned, electric, all electric. Now, I said with Ambition 2039, it's not enough if you just one-dimensionally look at the product. That wouldn't make sense. You have to look at everything, 360 degrees. You start upstream and you talk to your suppliers. Before we announced Ambition 2039, we were speculating how will our suppliers react if we would make it a sourcing criteria to join us on the CO2 neutral path. In the beginning, in a soft way, appeal to the suppliers, follow our path. Then a little bit harder to say, okay, if you have two equal suppliers bidding, technology is equal, price is equal, but the one has a better route to CO2 neutrality than the other, then pick the one on CO2, but eventually go all the way and say, if you don't have a plan that matches our plan, you're just not part of our team. I have to say that we have been positively surprised that already by 2039, and I know it's far away, but even so, also them putting a stake in the ground, 90% of our supply annual volume of buy have signed up to the same commitment. Some of these suppliers didn't have to wait for Mercedes to tell them to do this. They did it on their own. But many suppliers have been inspired. There are some areas that are particularly difficult. You mentioned steel. Well, if you look at steel production, coke and iron ore, sounds like a difficult thing. There are new technologies. One company that we have placed the first order with is a Swedish startup company called H2 Green Steel, where we took a small equity stake, not to become a steel producer, it's not our business, we know cars. But with the right CO2-free energy source, in this case hydro, in their case, then produce hydrogen, and then use that as the energy source in the steel making, you can get to a near zero position on steel as well. Before you have scaled that in the whole world, that's a task. We have not just taken one startup. We are talking to established big steel makers in Germany and in other countries to say, how can we get this done? Because there's so much steel and then also aluminium, which if it's linked to hydro can also be solved. We cannot go CO2 neutral if these businesses don't do it. I recognize that their path is probably longer than ours, but they are starting, as are all the other suppliers. Also on the battery materials, you kind of solve one problem, you get another one. What are we going to do with lithium? What are we going to do with cobalt? What are we going to do with manganese? What about nickel? Et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So you automatically get another set of tasks, let's call them tasks. And with every one of those new suppliers, we're working on this as well, of course. So we have the suppliers, we have the product. In between is our own operations, our own production primarily. That is easier, not easy, but easier. I'll start at the bottom. We are almost done with replacing, wherever it's possible, the original energy source with a CO2-free energy source for our own production. So we had a lot of coal-fired power also for paint shops and stuff like that. We're almost done sundowning those, replacing it with green energy from energy providers in the markets that we're in. It's not possible yet to go all the way. We asked ourselves, is it legitimate to buy gold standard credits as a compensation during transition? Also spoke to NGOs about this. We feel that it is legitimate on the path to the energy system of the world. The ultimate task that we're talking about will be flipped over to CO2 free, which is certainly a couple or 3 or 4 or 5 decades away. We shall see. Let's hope it goes faster. But I think already next year we will have carbon neutral production, and the vast majority of the energy will be CO2 free, and a minority will be compensated through credits. We also have to realign our complete production footprint for electric vehicles. So over this next decade, plus maybe X years, you will have to sundown all your combustion-based production facilities, and they are big, and you have to build up new battery electric factories and so on. We're on our way to doing this, and we're targeting 200 gigawatt hours. That would cover the Mercedes-Benz portfolio essentially in 2030, by the end of the decade. It's not, we're not waiting to do this. Some of it has already happened. Some of it's our announcements in the making, and you will see how gradually we very rapidly are changing this industrial footprint. Now here comes an important thing, the chicken or egg story. What do we need to get to a market to 100% quickly? We do not believe that humanity is going to stop moving. In fact, everything that we can see is that people will move more in 10 years from now, not less. There will be more transport, probably, in 10 years from now, not less. So how do you switch? Infrastructure. Infrastructure, infrastructure, infrastructure. If there's one ask on our side towards policymakers, towards governments, is to also make commitments towards infrastructures. We're not going to sit idle and do nothing. We are also going to invest in infrastructure, and we're doing it today. In the old paradigm, we don't build the petrol stations. Other people do that, so it's not our normal core business. It's not what we normally do best. In this case, with a systemic shift like this one, we cannot just wait for others to act. So we are in consortium building also ourselves. But that is not going to be enough. We literally have to have charging everywhere, especially if you want to go to 100% in a market. And in our strategy that we share with some other OEMs with regard to heavy duty transport, because of the energy that you need to move a 40-ton truck up to 1,000 kilometers a day, we believe that the energy density of hydrogen is the better technical solution for that. So we also need a hydrogen infrastructure along the highway networks. Not everywhere, like we need for the electric charging, but along the highway networks in logical positions at logistics depots and things like that. So here we need to join forces. We're not going to sit back and say, okay, it didn't happen and we didn't do anything. That's sometimes what some people think, okay, this is their kind of cop-out. It's not, because I'm already betting the farm on the product portfolio, so we want this to happen. Capital allocation going into new cars, we want this to happen, and we will try to push for it. But if countries decide to do nothing, then I believe it will go slower. And this is the kind of the X. 2030 plus X is what I usually say. I'm not a pro-banning things type of person. I'm saying technology, markets, incentivization will ultimately be the right way to solve problems, not bans. But here, everybody needs to ante up, and we need to work across industries and with governments. Just a very small thing on circular economy. We could have a 4-hour conversation about this because it's so complex. But I'm just going to use one example, the battery cell. It is clear that the biggest mine of the future has to be the car that we already built, and that we need to get into a 100% or near 100% recyclability of these precious resources. On the battery cell side, the partners that we are working with, we can see 90% plus as feasible. It's not an immediate problem, by the way, because we really don't want our vehicles to come back to us in the next 10 years if we can help it. You want them to last longer, so it's something that comes later, but you've got to develop the technology now to get it done. But next to the full recycling, which is the end of the life of a battery, there are other things that you can do with it. Not to be underestimated, it is reuse. You actually take a battery system that has lost a couple of cells, that has lost its performance, you open it up, you replace those, put it back together, and you put it back into the car. And it's near new. It's not new, but it's near new. That is the most resource-friendly, economical way of dealing with it. So that is already up and running as we speak with the electric cars that we have. And you can also use it for stationary storage. If you have state of charge that has dropped in a car, you take it out. Maybe industrial stationary storage is also a thing that you can use before you go to full recycling. But this has to be tackled. We have also made a commitment to build one of these facilities ourselves so that we know how to do it. although I believe it will be big players that will consolidate this market later on. We shall see. Is it only about technology and the product? No, it's also about the people. This is a massive, massive transformation of our industry. We are reinventing the original invention. I would say it's the most exciting time in the auto industry since 1886 when Carl Benz and Gottlieb Daimler invented the car, because we have to do it again. That surely comes with a big task in terms of your workforce, and also some anxiety. Is my job going to be there tomorrow? What's going to happen? And all that. So we're working on the people side of this at the same time, reskilling people, reshaping the organization. That's a nicer word for saying that some of the jobs that we have today will not exist tomorrow. You need less assembly people for an electric powertrain than you need for a combustion, but also recharge. Many other things are happening in the auto industry. Software as a business and software architectures, totally different side of the product here, but there is a massive growth in high-skilled jobs in the auto industry in other areas. So this decade plus X long transformation of the workforce is equally important and part of the social responsibility that you have as a company that you have to tackle. And now there's only one little footnote left once you have done all this. We're running a business, and I see one investor here. They do expect, at least from an established incumbent industrial company, that we make money on the way and not miss a beat. If we miss a beat in a quarter, everybody starts asking questions. So you have to try to do this. We have to be our own venture capitalist. You have to produce healthy cash flows during the transformation, prove to the financial markets that on the other side you're going to be just as healthy as you were in the combustion era, and make all these massive investments with your own cash flow. Sometimes this feels like the most difficult task, but we have also said to ourselves, we're in Scotland. Scottish people are known for how to use money in a smart way. Our company is from Swabia. That's a part of Germany that is Germany's Scotland. So we know that in our genes as well. And what I'm trying to tell or preach to our team is we got to be Swabian and really pinch every penny, every cent, and at the same time invest at the highest level that we have ever invested. This is a challenge, but I think we're up for it. And last but not least, if you now put all this together, why do we believe that there's going to be an S-curve on electric mobility in this decade? And everybody knows the S-curve when one technology replaces another technology. For the longest time in the S-curve, you don't see anything. Market watchers and market participants have the feeling that nothing is happening. And then suddenly, it just switches, and it takes off. Technology is improving and accelerating. Regulatory will. Groupthink among the OEMs. Everybody starts to run in one direction, and you're standing over here going, where are they going? Should I be going there as well? Customers are switching faster. We're beyond the early adoption phase. Business cases will improve. Costs are coming down. Capital markets, I cannot have a discussion with an investor without them asking, what's your road to zero emission path? If you don't have it, you're not going to get an investor. Infrastructure is going to get better, but that's the one that will decide on timing. All of these things coming together, I think we're looking at an S-curve. We're just in the phase now where it's kind of happening, but it's not happening at massive scale yet. But we're about to see it, and I think it's going to happen in this decade. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ola. And now I'm going to hand over to Angela Hultberg, the Road Transport Lead for the Climate Champions, who'll be moderating our first panel, which is focused on the challenges and opportunities for securing a just transition with zero-emission vehicles. Angela.
Thank you. Hi everyone, thank you for having me. I feel Ola quite smoothly teed me up for this, talking about the jobs and the luxury segment and everything. And now today we're here to talk about a just transition, making sure that not only Mercedes owners will actually get to participate in the zero emission transition. So I'm not going to be talking about it all by myself. I could, but I won't. I'd like to welcome up to the stage my fantastic panelists for the day. We have Anders Kärrberg, Global Head of Global Sustainability at Volvo Cars. Welcome, Anders. We also have Annabelle Diaz, EMEA General Manager at Uber. We have Avinash Rogoba, President for Arrival. And then we might, in time, have Naveen Manjal, who is unfortunately stuck on a train between Edinburgh and Glasgow. There's been some cancellations today. But if he arrives, I've been told he will just be popped onto stage. So we'll get going. And I'm sure between this group of people, we can still fill our time slot. No worries about that. So to kick us off, I think I will ask you all one question each. Sorry? Oh, right, okay, welcome. Welcome, so that's all of us then.
I am Roberto Capano from Mexico City.
Very nice. I think maybe I haven't updated my speaker notes, but okay, let's go. So, I will start off by asking you all one question. And then I think let's just dive into a discussion really about the different themes of just transition and see where that takes us. So I'll encourage you all to build on each other and get a conversation going. I think we've all had presentation fatigue by now, so let's see what we can do. And then I'll round things up by asking you a question to which I will expect a very short answer. So already now you can start thinking about innovation and what is needed. But Anders, I will start with you, I think. Out of all of the panelists here today, maybe Volvo Cars is the one that has a legacy business built around the internal combustion engine. But now you've set some very, very ambitious goals to move completely away from it. So how are Volvo Cars managing this transition?
Well, it started, I don't know, one day that we realized that we are really a part of the problem here. You know, the CO2 emissions from road transport is really 10% of global emissions. So we realized we're part of the problem. So when the UN says that we have a code red for humanity, we realized that there is really a code red for automotive industry as well. So what we did was sitting down and establish a strategy, established targets, pretty ambitious targets. So we are going to be an all-electric company by 2030 and climate neutral across the whole value chain, all scopes by 2040. That's pretty far away. So we decided also to have a short-term target, and that is reducing the CO2 footprint across the value chain by 40% 2025 to really instill short-term actions. And that goes then across the value chain. We will obviously electrify, but that's really not enough. The most difficult part is going to be the supply chain. So we are asking our suppliers already by 2025 to go into renewable energy. For everything they deliver to Volvo by 2025, Tier 1, must be produced by renewable energy. And also they should reach a 25% recycled content for, in particular, parts with plastic, aluminum, and steel. So that's a good start. We are, of course, going to be climate neutral in manufacturing as well. And we find this actually a good business model that the gentleman from Mercedes was referring to here. While doing healthy profits, we are now at the level of 25% electrified vehicles globally. In Europe, we are at 40%. Last month in California, we sold 57% BEVs, pure electric cars, 57. So we are really at the pivot point. The transition is happening. and we see it clearly.
I love that. It's not about to happen. It's not
Yes.
going to happen.
No.
It is happening.
Yes.
Also, love when the dates start getting closer, right? We start at 2050, very far away, and then 40, but you're already talking about 2025, so I like that. Annabelle, turning to you then. I mean, you work with millions of drivers across the world, so I imagine you probably know the best about the barriers that are holding people back from making the shift. So how are you then approaching this challenge?
Yeah, indeed. So first of all, not very original maybe, same thing. We set up ambitious targets. 2040, we will be a zero emissions global platform. 2030, we will be that in Europe and US. And by 2025, 50% of our kilometers in the key cities in Europe will be zero emissions electric. But to your question, Angela, specifically, indeed, our job is to help drivers do the transition. We don't produce cars, we don't manage the energy supply chain. We need to help the drivers make that switch. And the reality is that not only for ride-hailing, but for commercial drivers, it's not economically logical to do that transition today. And that's driven by three main factors. First is still the lack of fit-for-purpose vehicles and the cost of the vehicles. It is decreasing, it is improving, technology is helping, but we are just not there yet. The second point mentioned before, fully agree, is infrastructure. And the lack of infrastructure, the lack of adequate infrastructure in the right places and the right type of infrastructure is a very, very big limitation for commercial drivers. I mean, these represent a need of continuously be looking around, driving empty, et cetera, et cetera. And the third one is the policy framework. It's not always helping, specifically the commercial drivers for many reasons. So we are tackling all those points, working with the industry players, working with OEMs, working with the startups to basically tackle solutions in the whole spectrum. But there is a lot to do there, and the reality is that that we need to accelerate the progress by these partnerships and this ecosystem that need to work together more effectively.
Yeah, I think we can all agree around that. Another thing that Ola mentioned earlier was, of course, around the investments, which brings me to you, Avinash. I mean, 2021 was a really good year, right? You've had a few good years now. So you've raised a lot of money, you've come up with some really grand plans. So what is it about your approach that has everyone so excited? What is it that you do in automotive manufacturing that gets everyone riled up?
So I think it comes back to what Ola was mentioning, and I don't want to be too controversial, but fundamentally I disagree. I think that this transition is happening right in front of us. It's happening now, to your point. If you're selling 50% of BEVs and electric vehicles, it's happening now. And I think the industry, the legacy industry, has to change as well, and it will take time just because of the fundamentals of that industry and the capex to date and the approach. And I think what people are interested in Arrival is that I think we're fundamentally rewriting the rules of the industry. So because of this transition, we've been able to start from scratch and look at all of the things that we think have held the auto industry back, and how could we use technology innovation to really pioneer a totally new way of doing it. So we build our vehicles in microfactories. So instead of really large factories, these are small 20,000 square foot, basically warehouses that we can convert to production facilities anywhere in the world. So we expect to see hundreds of these basically all over the planet on renewable energy. And essentially, we've designed a vehicle to be built in these factories, so it's a much simpler operation. We've vertically integrated the tech so that we can control the cost, the data, the software, but also drive the sustainability aspect of it. So a lot of the traditional players, a lot of their IP was in the actual ICE powertrain, and the rest of the IP was in the supply chain. We've actually brought all of that in-house, so we can really work with our suppliers, but we own the IP, so we can dictate how we get to RouteZero. And then fundamentally, I think the biggest point is that we need all vehicles all over the world to go electric or zero emission. It's not going to help if the US, UK, and wealthy economies do it. We need everybody everywhere to do it. And to do that, we need to fundamentally change the cost position of electrifying vehicles and the infrastructure. And that's going to take technology and innovation. So one of the things that our method has allowed us to do is bring electric vehicles to be price competitive with fossil fuel equivalents already. And then from that point, we drive further and further improvements. We all know the TCO benefit, the total cost of ownership benefits of electrification, but fundamentally, we need everyone, from the tip of Cape Town to the tip of Norway and in between to transform to electric, and we need to do it over the next 5-10 years. So the products, if they haven't been engineered already, it's going to take because these architectures do last longer, which I also fundamentally believe is not sustainable in the long term. The vehicles need to be upgradable, but the point is it has to happen now, it has to happen everywhere.
Love it, and there's so much to dive into already, but before we start that, I think talking about just transition, it's also important that we realize that not everything has to do with new vehicle sales, of course, and not everyone is traveling by car. And mobility doesn't look the same in Europe as it does in other parts of the world. So we have to broaden our minds here a little bit and not only think about our personal situation. And of course, two ways a large proportion of people are moving are either in public transportation and mass transit or on 2 wheels or 3 wheels. So I want to start with you, Roberto. If you could tell us, when it comes to Mexico City, e-mobility and buses, what has your efforts been like so far? And really, how do you encourage people to get excited about that switch?
I seem to have crashed the panel. I really did not. So I seem to be an outlier because I work in the government. I run Mexico City's second largest transportation system after Mexico City subway, and we are a user of electric mobility. And we are not, the fundamental drivers of our industry, if you may, are not economic. So we are not run by the market. We have a monopoly on transportation. But I would argue that they are perhaps stronger than the forces that are felt in the industry, because we are being demanded electric mobility at a much faster pace than probably I am seeing the industry being able to respond. And I would like to illustrate this by saying that Mexico is a very big vehicle producer. We have factories for most of the larger vehicle manufacturers in the world, and we are not buying vehicles from them, which is a sign, but it's a sign, in many ways. For manufacturers, it should be a call to action. I think it is an existential crisis. It makes us feel a little bit worried because we rely on auto manufacturing in a large part for our industry. It's a very important industry for us. On the other hand, it is, I think, very encouraging because electric mobility is very important for cities because it's zero emissions, it's zero noise, it's zero vibration. So the only reason why we weren't doing it before was not because we didn't want to, because air pollution is not something that we've ever wanted. It's just because it wasn't available. So I feel very optimistic being here, but also a little bit wary about what it will imply for our city and our country's economy, but mostly optimistic, I would say.
I like that, I like that. And Naveen, welcome, you made it. So happy to have you here. It's a bit stressful journey, yeah? So, like we said, a lot of the world, maybe most of the world, actually moves on 2 wheels. And we know that progress in India to transition this to zero-emission vehicles has been quite slow to date. So how quickly do you think this can change?
All right, finally I made it. So I was trying to do the environmental friendly thing by taking the train in, and turned out to be a disaster. So when we look at India, when we look at any of the reports that we have around the world, majority of the markets, you're talking about cars, you're not talking about the smaller forms of vehicles. Whereas when you look at a country like India, 80% of the vehicles on the road actually are the two-wheelers. And that's what's going to actually convert first. Now, why it's been slow is because there's been a push by the government for a number of years. So earlier we had a policy called the NEMMP, National Electric Mobility Mission 2020, which came out in 2012, which basically said that about $2.5 billion investment by the government will yield about $55 billion for the government in terms of oil alone, not looking at the environment or health factors. That turned out into a policy called the FAME 1, which was fast adoption of electric mobility. And that's in 2015. And now it's FAME 2 in 2019 onwards. So basically, there is clear intent by the government to move towards electrification. Now, when we look at electrification, you've got to divide it up for a country like India into different baskets. So two-wheelers, three-wheelers, cars, public transport, commercial vehicles, all have different needs and requirements, and all will take off at a different stage. And the low-hanging fruit actually is going to be the two-wheelers, simply because of the parity that you're getting in terms of the pricing, the distances that are traveled, and the infrastructure which is not there to that extent. So for cars, for example, you need a very dense but a very high-powered charging infrastructure. Whereas for two-wheelers, what we've done is we made the batteries portable. So you can actually take them into your apartment, even if you're living in a block of apartments, charge it there, plug it back into the vehicle, and off you go again. Plus, the distances covered in India or a two-wheeler are sub 25 kilometers on a day-to-day basis, not taking the B2B into account. B2B is a very different sector, but when you look at the B2C. So now with the policies, with the push that's there by the government, and as of June, there's been an enhancement in the policy. So we're now getting about 200 pounds per kilowatt, $200 per kilowatt hour of battery from the government. So if you put more batteries in the vehicle, in the two-wheeler, we get more subsidy from the government. But what also happens thereafter is that if you put too much of it, then the replacement cost will, of course, become higher. So what you've got to do is, India is a very large two-wheeler market, but also the average price of two-wheelers is only about $1,200 for an IC engine. Now, what we've done is we bought our pricing of electric scooters, which are not completely at par with them in terms of the performance, but in terms of range are far better, because they will give you a range of about 140 kilometers and at the same price point, or about $1,100 now post-subsidy. So the subsidies are helping. Besides the central subsidy, there's about 16 states which are actually promoting electric mobility. Now, that could be to do with manufacturing, but a lot of it is also to do with demand-led. And absolutely, we are now beginning to see that J-curve or the hockey stick growth happening, because right now, even we as a company are not able to cope with the growth. So we have a capacity of 100,000 units this year, which we are enhancing to 500,000 by next year, simply because the demand we're seeing is tremendous. Oil price is about £1 and a few cents per liter. So when you compare the initial purchase price, the vehicle cost has come down because of the subsidies that the government's giving. And when you look at the TCO, the total cost of ownership, the IC engine vehicles have become more expensive to operate simply because the petrol prices are so high. They've been the highest ever. And the electricity prices, of course, are much lower. So that gap has widened hugely. There are challenges which are still there, of course. You know, we didn't have a very long-term policy to say by what date do we really want to have a cutoff date. Now with the PM, our Prime Minister Modi, announcing a 2070 as a net zero date, you know, when you work backwards from there, so we are looking at 2030 as being 80% of the two-wheelers on the road to be electric. Now that means by that time, you're looking at about 30 million vehicles will be electric from a two-wheeler perspective. So it's not, we are a late starter to start with, but there's a lot of catching up that we're going to do over the next couple of years. We don't have gigafactories at this point of time for the battery manufacturing, for example, but there is a PLI, with a production-linked incentive scheme by the government, which is promoting electric battery manufacturing plus the vehicles. So there's a lot of push that's happening, and that's where we're going to see a huge amount of transition happening. What we anticipate is by 2030, we would have about 102 million electric vehicles on the road by that time.
Fantastic. And since we are then jumping into, I feel this just led me into total cost of ownership, because of course this is one of the main, Annabelle, you were into that too, that being a main barrier. So I know Uber has said that we want to leave no one behind in this. How can a company like you, because you don't actually own a large fleet, you don't have, how can a company like Uber help with total cost of ownership, and how do you find your way in this ecosystem?
Yeah, well, a couple of factors that are very relevant is, first of all, the traditional mindset and approach of the industry is very much focused on private car ownership. I think also maybe connecting to a point you raised before, Angela, we don't think that's the future. The future is moving, first of all, more centered around public and mass transportation systems, where the rest of mobility solutions will complement it or supplement it. And including ride-hailing, including micromobility, two-wheelers, et cetera. We are definitely not there yet, but again, the technology is already sufficient to start thinking about those solutions to make it more effective. But to your particular question, when we look at that ecosystem and we look around the drivers that are serving either mass transportation, ride-hailing, et cetera, these are not the people that normally live in the most wealthy parts of cities. These are not the people that live in areas where right now policy efforts, infrastructure efforts are being concentrated. Because again, our private car ownership type of mindset and where the people are more, going around. These people live in another neighborhoods, and these people, need infrastructure support and infrastructure development in those neighborhoods. That's one area that we are very actively working on, by providing data to both the people that build infrastructure, but also the cities where you need to locate, those facilities so that the transition is possible. That's one topic. One second topic I want to mention is education, driver education. Again, as I say, making the transition is not economically logical, but it's also right now the technology is going so fast. It's not easy, it's confusing. Which vehicle do I choose? How do I, how do I finance it? Where do I acquire, et cetera. It's a complex ecosystem. So that's a second part of the story that we also need to tackle, how to help people, specifically commercial drivers, to make that switch. And I want to mention, from our research, and we are building more data on that, is particularly a barrier for women. That they feel much more complicated to do this switch in such a complex environment, which is also a topic that we are particularly digging in. So those three aspects we are right now working on to make sure, again, nobody is left behind, and they are missing this great transformation and great opportunity for the future that is happening.
Fantastic. And there's been a lot of talk, obviously, about the fact that, mobility is a prerequisite. It's how we build society on movement. But it's not actually accessible nor affordable for everyone. And there's been a lot of talk about how can we make everyone access mobility that is affordable, available, safe, and sustainable. But I think sometimes we also forget about the added benefits. It's actually not only about the vehicle itself. And I think, turning to you, Roberto, so what role can then zero emissions play to help governments achieve other goals as well when it comes to environmental goals and public health goals?
Well, I think that the first challenge is to make it available, as you just mentioned. And also to think that electric mobility is not only vehicles. So I'll give you an example. There are two very big projects in Mexico City now that are electric mobility projects, but they are not the ones that you would imagine or the ones that we would talk about here. They are cable cars. We also have light rail in Mexico City. We have trolley buses with this old infrastructure that is being recuperated. So on the one hand, it is pure not imagination, just sort of like thinking outside of the four-wheel box and making sure that we are taking the opportunity to see electromobility through a wider lens. On the more traditional sense, the financing aspect of it has completely changed and is different than it was for internal combustion. And that is the biggest challenge we have now. I don't have a very concrete answer for you. I can share some of the things that we're doing, but I think that for this to truly grow and become the new norm, we have to find new ways to pay for this technology in a way that makes sense for this one, which is upfront costs are high, operating costs are low.
Right. Time runs so quickly, but we can't have a just transition panel without talking about jobs, right? Ola was talking about it too, like reskilling people, but actually also jobs disappearing. And I think looking at maybe Volvo and Arrival specifically, I mean, Volvo, you've said previously that this can be a good transition too. It's reskilling, a boost for unionized good jobs. And obviously Arrival has been doing a lot of talk about the micro factories bringing employment into local communities. And I'd really like to hear more about that. I'll start with you, Anders.
Of course, this seems like a big issue. If you are going to assemble a diesel car, you need 7 people. To assemble an electric, a diesel engine, 7 people. An electric engine, 1 person. So obviously, you can say that we have a crisis in employing people, but we don't think that's actually going to happen. There will be a transfer to other jobs. You go from developing diesel engines and turn into grid development or renewable energy power generation and all that. And it's a shift that happens, that will happen. And in all types of transformation, you have this kind of shift. So I don't think we should be surprised. It happens. And I think there will actually be more jobs created within the automotive industry and elsewhere. So it's a good thing.
Do you echo that?
I agree. Transitioning a whole industry will definitely be creating additional jobs as a whole. With the microfactory, we're at the start of that scale, so we can put microfactories down in parallel. Each one is placed near a city. Each one employs a few hundred people, so it's more of a decentralized approach, right? It's literally the opposite of a gigafactory. So what's important for us is that brings local empowerment everywhere, right? So we could be talking to Mexico City about a microfactory, we could do it in Mumbai, and we can just basically bring those all around the world. So net, I think it's the addition of jobs. I think with Arrival in particular, it's about uplifting local communities, really being out there in the community. What I want to see is that local microfactory, the local staff is creating the vehicles that go into the local, maybe Uber network, or we do buses, vans, cars. Actually, we're doing a car with Uber in partnership, into the local public transportation network, being driven by the people in that society. And over time, we're able to design custom-built vehicles for that city and that mobility ecosystem. Because as you just mentioned, Mexico has a totally different mobility ecosystem to London. Yeah. But right now, we see the same vehicles everywhere. And that's because the production system has meant traditionally that we have to produce hundreds of thousands of one type of vehicle and ship them all around the world. So we have the same vehicles everywhere, regardless of what that local mobility ecosystem is. But with the Arrival microfactory and all of our platform technologies, we aim to be working closely with cities to say, what exactly do you need? Shape, size, range, capacity, and let's custom build it together.
Great. And that actually steers us very nicely into the closing remark. And as I said in the very beginning, I will be sharp here, 30 seconds or less. And Naveen, I will start with you. So you are really the benchmark now for the rest of the panel to follow. No pressure. But today is also Innovation Day at COP26. And I want to ask you all, what is most exciting to you about the transition to zero-emission vehicles? And how can we use innovation to make this happen much faster?
So, this is a very exciting time for us because I've been in this space now for about 20 odd years and promoting electric mobility. Now, what's going to happen now is that technology is coming in a very large manner. And here we are seeing a lot of collaborative efforts coming in. So it's not necessarily that one company is going to control the whole technology vertically. There's going to be multiple collaborations that happen, battery, motor, drivetrain, etc. Plus, there is a lot of IoT that's coming in, and there's a lot of telematics which is coming in, which is the feedback that it's going to give. And this is a step forward as we move into autonomous vehicles. May not happen in the two-wheelers, of course, but in the larger vehicles. So technology is going to be a key driver going forward, but technology is also going to evolve extremely quickly. So we are going to see a transition moving from the batteries that we currently have now towards solid state or some other technologies, and then moving on into even cleaner. But one thing is clear, that we are done with with polluting technologies. That's clear for now.
Perfect. And very good, within time. Roberto, to you, what innovation is most exciting?
I would ask you to look around and see how many people are smoking today here in this conference. There is no one smoking here. 20 years ago or even 15, it would have been normal for somebody to light a cigarette. I think my grandchildren will not understand how it was possible that we allowed cars to emit smoke in the way that they do. And that's what really excites me the most, to sort of think in the future and what my grandchildren will think about us and what we are doing now.
Love it, love it.
So, yeah, we got here by following certain ways and methods. I think only innovation will get us to where we need to be. Because if we just repeat what we've done in the past, obviously will lead to one future. So we have to change that. So innovation in technology, but it's also, what I'm seeing is innovation in the mindset. To your point, I mean, we're all here now talking about real things now and real actionable projects we can do.
Right. Annabelle?
Yeah, I would say we have this unique opportunity and obligation to manage this transition for this industry and reimagine the mobility of the future that we deserve and the future generations deserve. This, obviously, the current trend is not sustainable for many point of views. And the good news is the technology, particularly in this industry, is there and is already at a sufficient level of development to allow us to do it. So it will be really embarrassing if 10 years from now we are looking at this and we have not made a significant change.
Agreed. And then Anders, final word to you.
The most important innovation that drives us to zero emission vehicle is the battery technology. The cost has gone down 90% in 10 years while the range has increased. It's just absolutely remarkable. That is given the world a decarbonized vehicle industry and decarbonized transportation. And when it comes to speed, I think we should turn more and trust more what business and the financial sector is doing and rely less on government. Their track record has been fairly slow. I mean, COP26 is going to be better, but we've had 25 COPs, and you see where we are.
Right. Thank you so much. Unfortunately, we are out of time, but I encourage you all to jump the panelists. There's so much more to discuss. But I think what we can take away from here is really that it's not about to happen. It's not going to happen. It is very much happening right now. And we all bear the responsibility to make sure that it is a fair transition for everyone and all mobility systems. Thank you.
Thank you, Angela, and thank you to our first panel. We're now moving to our next panel, which is focused on the innovations driving forward bus electrification, which is going to be led by our moderator, David Miller, Managing Director of International Diplomacy and Advocacy at C40 Cities. David.
Thanks very much, Helen, for that introduction, and everyone for that very warm welcome. I would like to ask our panelists to join me on the stage, please. The first is Isbrand Ho, who is the Managing Director, BYD Europe. BV, Isbrand. Okay, and while Isbrand is coming up, I'd like to ask Felipe Ramirez, the CEO of Transmilenio from Bogota, to join us as well. Felipe, welcome. Justina Glusman, who is the Sustainable Development Head Coordinator at Warsaw City Hall. Justina? I know Justina's here. All right, we will find Justina, and she will join us in a moment. Sarwant Singh, who's the CEO of OHM Global Mobility and President and Chief Planning Officer of Switch. Sarwant, welcome aboard. And Valerio Vaticino, who's the head of eBus at NLX. Valerio, welcome aboard. Justina will join us in a moment. Later this week, we expect to be making an announcement with the Zebra Project about finance for e-buses in Latin America, and we have a little video to tease that announcement. Can you play the video, please? So even though that video says investors committed $1 billion to finance buses in Latin America, I am not allowed to announce that because that announcement will be made later in the week. So treat that as a teaser for a potential massive investment in e-buses in Latin America, hopefully to transform the ability of public transport to rapidly transition to electric mobility. So that's the background. We've got a terrific panel today from both operators and manufacturers. I'd like to delve right in. Isbrand, if I can ask you the first question. BYD has been a pioneer in the manufacture of electric buses, with your first fully electric buses coming into service over a decade ago. How different are things today to when the first vehicle rolled off the production line in Changhua in 2010?
Well, thank you for having me, and good to be here. Changes, lots. It's been almost 12 years since we've launched our first electric bus rolling off the production line in Changsha, China. A couple of numbers that I can share with you, 2010, 2017, and 2018. And I'll go with those numbers later on. These are very important years in the BYD history. What has changed? The quality, the structure, the materials on the buses, they have all changed. Lightweight, they are now interconnected. Technologies involving with light materials, that's all changed. Batteries. And one of the panelists just said earlier about the cost of the battery has come down dramatically while the energy density has gone up. We've just launched our Blade battery, which will be encompassed in the new buses, reducing the center of gravity and also weight. Number 3, operation. So far, we have 135 million kilometers proven on the roads today, everywhere, Colombia too. And it's very important that we have these operational experiences. So a lot of things have changed in the last 12 years, and I can go on and on.
Yes, but you're not allowed to because your moderator would cut you off.
There you go.
Fascinating insights, though, about material changes as well as 135 million kilometers, extraordinary. Many of those kilometers are happening in Bogota. And Felipe, I wanted to ask you, Bogota has made remarkable progress in shifting its bus fleets to zero-emission vehicles and finding ways to afford it. So how have you been able to do this? And what does it mean from an operations perspective, running a service for citizens, to be able to start facilitating a transition to zero-emission buses?
Well, thank you very much. I'm very happy being here, and thank you for the invitation. As we were talking outside, David, it's been a big challenge for Colombia, or Bogota specifically, to have these buses. We already have 483 buses running, electric buses running, and we will have 1,002 more during the next year, the very first months of next year. So we will reach 1,485 during next year. It's been a very challenging experience, since we have to deal with a lot of problems in order to have these buses in Bogota. Not just in terms of financial problems, but also in terms of operations. But we have dealt with them, and actually we have shown that it's possible to have these buses, and it's possible to afford them in order to be able to operate them. Of course, sometimes there are some specific costs that are more expensive in terms of buying the buses, but then operating them will help us to kind of manage all these kind of extra costs that we have in electric buses. But right now we're doing really well. These 483 buses that are already running have shown really good quality. They are operating quite well. People is quite happy. they care much more about these buses. So it's quite good in terms of what we are doing in Colombia, transforming the way we are moving, and of course, helping to fight climate change, which is quite important right now for us in Bogota.
Come back to you later. I'd be interested if you have comments from both riders and operators about how they see things. I'm mindful electric taxi in London this week, the driver was speaking about how he felt it was much healthier for him. So I'd be interested to come back to you on that. But in the meantime, we're going to go to Justina. Justina, welcome and thank you so much for joining us. Warsaw has placed one of the largest orders for e-buses in Europe. What role does the local industry of zero-emission buses, for example, companies such as Solaris, play in Poland's shift away from polluting sources of electricity and transport and the improvement of air quality in your city?
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for the invitation and possibility to participate in this exciting debate. I don't know if you know, Poland's energy mix is based on coal. And that means that Poland is going through transition with a sort of a multi-speed transition, with businesses and cities being more ambitious than the governmental policies. And therefore, business and cities go hand in hand in transition to the clean economy. Obviously, cities play a huge role because they are the main buyers of the products produced by the Polish and other companies. We have purchased more than 160 buses, electric buses, last year. Now another 40 from Solaris. And presence of companies like that, it shows availability of the new technology. It changes perceptions of disability. So naturally, cities and cities authorities, which put ahead of themselves ambitious climate goals as well, think of those companies as a natural partners. So we, as a city, committed to, at the moment, minimum 40% of reduction of CO2 by 2030. And purchase of these buses and exchange of the fleet is playing a huge role in this transition. We are now preparing, together with C40 cities, climate action plan, and based on the inventory of emissions, we know that transport presents 17% of emissions, which is a huge opportunity to decrease emissions. So apart from the clean air, which is clearly a goal also for the city authorities, particularly in the city center. These clean buses are going mainly through the city center, which is the most congested place. Also, we tackle with these actions the question of CO2 emissions.
Interesting combination of local jobs, clean air, greenhouse gas reductions.
Luckily, there are synergies between these.
I think very encouraging for people that Warsaw is taking this kind of leadership. So thank you for your intervention. Sarwant, if I could just ask you, people speak often about the potential in shifting from products to services as sort of a financial model, or from capital expenditures to operating. But in my experience, it's often easier said than done. You've raised a lot of money to do exactly this. Can you speak to if you're confident, and if so, why, that buses are one of the right markets to pursue that kind of shift in finance?
Sure, absolutely. So there's a number of reasons for that. Firstly, when you buy an electric bus, it's 2 to 3 times more expensive than a diesel bus. And if you're buying a fleet of 200-300 buses, that can be a huge capex investment. And on top of that, you put the EV infrastructure that comes with it. Now, in the fleet industry, it's not so much about the cost of buying the vehicle, it's about the total cost of ownership. So when you run a bus for 15 years, the cost of the bus itself, the capital cost of the bus, is less than maybe 1/3 of the total cost that you will incur over a 15-year period. So the bus industry is absolutely ripe for going from capex to an OPEX model, going from buying a vehicle outright to actually going to pay-per-mile models. And that's what OHM does. It buys vehicles from its parent switch and then lends it out to the customers on an OPEX-based model. Now, apart from the benefits from a capital basis. There are other benefits like it helps with risk mitigation. So many STUs and transport operators are reluctant to buy a new technology, not knowing how long the battery will last. And in countries like UK, for example, there's also a balance sheet benefit. So it's seen as a service as opposed to a lease, which goes on your balance sheet. So it keeps the CFO happy. Thank you.
I think we all know keeping the CFO happy is a very good thing. So that's a fantastic starting point. Valerio, NLX is leading the deployment of e-buses and its charging infrastructure both together in Latin America. What makes this region important, and what is the market opportunity there for companies like NLX?
Yes, thank you very much for the invitation for this very interesting debate. So I believe that Latin American countries with Chile and Colombia in the front line have understood and then applied the two key elements to make this transition happen. Number one, they have moved beyond the so-called blah, 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 taking action on top of very fancy, ambitious political announcement. And number two, they honestly realize that, guys, I cannot do this by myself. So, and I don't want to put too much pressure on the public transport operator that has to be focused on the transportation service. So I need help also from company and private company like us, so energy utilities, to make this really happen. Let me elaborate very briefly. For what concern actions, they have Chile, Colombia, but now also the other Latin American countries are issuing a lot of tenders, and are issuing a lot of tenders to renovate fleet and renovate public transportation with the benefit of electric clear in mind, electric technology clear in mind. So they have opened up this tender for all the technologies, but they are comparing these technologies based on total cost of ownership. Electric technology has a benefit also to have a longer lifetime. So in the tenders that they are issuing, they are taking into account this. Dear operator, if you can choose whatever technology you want, but if you choose electric, you can go a little bit more beyond the standard duration of a concession. So from 10 years to 14 years, because your vehicle could last longer, and I can have benefit from that. And then for what concern involving private company like us, they realize that going electric is not just replacing a vehicle. It's changing completely also how this vehicle needs to be charged, needs to be operated. And then they asked for support of asset management company in order to have assurance that this transition really happens at the maximum value for all the stakeholders.
So yeah, thank you all for your work and for your interventions today. Your comments to me create an optimistic scenario for electric buses. And is it possible for us to believe that of all the EV sectors, individual vehicles, other kinds of fleets, that electric buses will be the first one to go completely electric? Is that too optimistic? Is it possible? If so, why? Or why not? And I throw the panel open. Sarwant, to you first, and then everyone else, please jump in.
Yeah, absolutely. So if you look at the total bus sales today, it's roughly a little over 250,000. China sells about 130. Already China has 65% electric buses and above. So globally, the number is about 25%. By the time we get to 2030, this number is expected to be anywhere between 60 to 100% across nations. You know, Transport for London, for example, has already said we will not have any diesel vehicle in our fleet in 2035. Rewind it to 2021, they've stopped buying diesel today. So compared to the electric car industry, you know, which is around 6-7%. So I think the forecast suggests that every city could be 100% electric. So that's where the big difference is. The electric buses are really leading the charge in our cities of the future to be electric.
Justina?
Yeah, I believe it's clearly possible. We have more than 1,500 buses, and we will have by the end of 2020 around 40% of zero and low emission buses, which opens the road. We will have a snowball effect, I believe, after that, especially when the sources of financing from, for instance, EU will appear in the new financial perspective. But what is important is not only about buses themselves, but also the whole infrastructure that goes with them. So the parking slots, the parking depots, that we are now constructing the innovative new parking depots for these new buses that are going to arrive. And also what comes with that is park and ride services with also these new technologies involved and green and blue infrastructure for private cars. And that all creates a new system. These local interventions, they can be scaled up pretty easily. So one of these depots can be repeated in the city itself, but also in other cities. So I believe that's a change that has already started. And I would say it's easier when the public intervention is possible. And then the private industry will go after that. I mean, Poland, as a coal-based country, has its own challenges. But one last word, we are planning until 2030 to decarbonize the supply of electricity to our premises and transport, which means either installing renewables on our premises and other places outside Warsaw, or buying certified green energy. So we want to go green with city offices and city transport, and that is the first goal for us. And I believe the other sectors will follow, and private cars as well.
So buses are going to lead cars. Is Brand, everybody had their hand up, so I'll get to everyone.
I think that when there's a will, there's a way. I mentioned earlier 2010 and 2017. The reason why I mentioned that, 2010 is when we first launched our electric buses. 2017, our home city of Shenzhen, which is about 50 kilometers north of Hong Kong, has all transitioned. 17,000 buses, all electric. Felipe, you've been there, you've seen it. A lot of people have been there and seen it. It can be done. It's beyond that. Not only electric buses, also taxis. 2018, all Shenzhen taxis, 22,000 of them converted. So it's a proven case that it is a working model. How do we carry that over to different cities, different countries? That is something that we need to work on. The financial model that was mentioned, very helpful. And then we've been talking also about some of these transitions. And we need to work together. It's not about the technology, it's about the willingness. Let's make it happen.
C40 certainly agrees with that, but I'm only the moderator. Valeria?
Yeah, just to complement, I mean, the buses are also very well positioned to lead this transition because they run in a very regular, very well-known schedule. So it's possible to plan in advance which kind of vehicle do you need, which kind of service could be run with electric, how many vehicles do you need, which kind of charging processes you need to have, to put in place in order to serve the citizen and the passenger in a better way. So they have, I mean, as a fleet, they are in a very well position to go electric first than the others. And then I think that it's also not only possible, but it's mandatory to go electric for public buses because they have also a very high educational role. Because if we want to shift all the mobility to go electric, I mean, public buses are super visible, used by everybody. So also the people that are skeptical about electric could really test without putting their money, a lot of money on the table, the beauty and the goodness of electric mobility.
From the public perspective, I would say I think it was very important for us to take responsibility on what we had to do because if we were not the first ones to do that in Latin America at least, no one would do the shift, you know. So I think it was very important for us in order to be able to be the first ones in Colombia from the public sector to change the way we were thinking, to tell people it's possible but also necessary. And then other sectors are now following, like knowing that it's possible to buy these electric cars, these electric buses, and in order to be able to have less emissions. Colombia actually right now 70% of energy produced in Colombia is sustainable. It's done by hydroelectrics. And actually, Bogota, it's a very special city where we have the biggest wetland on the mountains, the biggest wetland in the world. It's upside the mountains. So we have really, really, a really big opportunity in order to be able to have like very clean energy in our city. So that's an opportunity we have to take and we have to manage. And that's why we decided to accept this challenge on having these electric buses. But for sure, I think we are leading all sectors right now in order to all of them to follow and have this more electric, more clean transport in our cities, not just in the public transport as it is right now in Latin American cities, but in other places in the world. It's already changing the way of thinking, and all the other sectors are already also following. So it's, I think there's the right place to go. The public sector should be the first one all around the world to help this happen.
Rodrigo was very optimistic about the role of electric buses in encouraging people to understand the transition and the potential. Are you seeing that in Bogota's case, that people, because you have the buses, people understand, and do you get feedback? Do you get feedbacks from the operators?
I think it goes both ways, actually. Communities really asking for this kind of buses, really asking for having more clean air in the city. It's just like here. Riots like these ones are a daily thing in Bogota, like stop blah, 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 and start doing something. So it's quite good to be able to go back to community and tell them, you know what, we're here and we are doing this and we are making it happen. Of course, it's not enough yet, and I'm sure we have to work much more on that. But still, we have to deal with a balance between finance and then how we make it possible. But for sure, communities are the ones that are shifting this. Then, of course, operators and all the other groups are giving us a lot of information, helping us to have more information in terms of being able to make it more, like a better bidding processes where everyone can participate, and we are making market to be able to compete in terms of this kind of buses.
You're the second panelist to say, stop, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
So it's amazing how Greta resonates globally, isn't it? It's just incredible. So yeah, I think we've had some really interesting insights from the panelists, and as we know from the opening video, in which we did not announce forthcoming financing, there may well be some really good financing coming. If we're able to get past the financing, what are the other obstacles that cities need to think about, and how should we approach it collectively so that we can really expedite this transition and ensure that the leadership of Bogota and Warsaw is replicated in many, many cities? Thoughts and comments? Yes, Rodrigo.
So first of all, I'm proud that NLX might be part of this potential fund that the Zebra partnership could lead. So first of all, a big thanks to all the people in C40 that are working on that, because it's a very compelling and useful partnership. So as I said before, moving to electric is not just replacing vehicle. There are a lot of head cake that you need to solve. I mean, Felipe knows very well. I mean, all the issue that we have been facing with infrastructure, building up a new depot. You need to find the land, and you need to solve all the issue that we have with this land. And you need to build up infrastructure. You need to connect a lot of power in a single connection to the grid. So it's really a big part of the activities, because the production is there, the technology is there. BYD is one of the most important example around the world, that the technology of the vehicle is there. So all the infrastructure part today is really, I would say, something that needs to be tackled in advance and with a proper programming of the activities. So again, involving companies that have competencies in supporting this transition is key for the public institution in order to have this transition really happening.
Yes, Justina.
Yeah, I do agree. The question of the challenge related to whole infrastructure is extremely important. But as a city representative of city authorities, I must stress that we are in front of the bigger kind of picture, which involves the transition from non-sustainable way of mobility in the city towards public transport, cycling, walking in general. And then the cleaner, the better, the more environmentally friendly this public transport is it is also for us easier to convince our citizens to make this shift. And it's an important, change of the mindset. It will take years, but clearly what was said before, we need to have good, in all terms, public transport in order to convince people that's the way how the new mobility is going to look like.
So we've got finance, which hopefully we're starting to address. We've got infrastructure, particularly the grid. We've got public confidence. Maybe I can put your comment, Justina. Sarwant, I know you had your hand up.
So I just wanted to use the India example of how the Indian government's done a great job, the central government working with the state transport authorities to bring in electrification. In some ways, they've done what they did with moving from 2G to 4G. So what the central government in India did is they created an incentive scheme called FAME2, and they're subsidizing about 7,000 buses as a result of it. But in India, the state transport authorities run their own buses. It's typical old model, which we see in many countries. But typically, they're very inefficient, and most of them are bankrupt. I mean, just to give an example, one STU told me they have 7 employees per bus. But with electrification, they have 3 employees per bus. So what the state government said to you is, if you want to run these buses, you will not run them. You bring in private operators like OHM to run these buses for you, and bring in the efficiency and pay them on a pay-per-mile model. And what that has done is made the STUs more efficient, and has accelerated the electrification of fleet transport.
Interesting. Any comments? Yes, go ahead.
Okay, a very short one. Just to mention, I agree in terms of infrastructure is an issue, then having the land for making these bus depots, it's important. But it's also very important to mention, we have already dealt with the most difficult part. It's having the buses in our cities, like making them run in our cities. That's probably something that at the very beginning, 2 or 5 years ago, people were saying, you cannot do that. Electric buses won't work in a high hill like Bogota has. Electric buses won't work in these conditions. And then we had to try them and then have this amount of buses that we already have running and prove that we are able to build these depots to have them running. So I think there are no excuses anymore. Probably we have issues like financial, like infrastructure then, but we have proved that we are able to make this happen. And that's very important in order to work ahead and to see forward what's going on next. Probably the most difficult part of this is that we already have some buses running, gas and diesel buses that still have life. They will run for some more years. We cannot just, I don't know how to say this, trash them, like abandon, yes, because they are still running. So we have to deal with that. And that's probably going to be the main issue in order to be able to shift the whole fleet for a more sustainable fleet. That's probably the main problem that I will find right now.
So Isbrand, I'm going to ask you to hold your thought for a second. We've got 2.5 minutes left in the panel. So I'm going to pose the closing question, and I'll start with you, Isbrand, so you can say what you wanted in answer to this one or whatever you want in the closing one. The closing question is, today's really about innovation, and I just wanted to ask each of you, what is exciting you most about the transition to zero-emission buses, and how can we use whatever that is to make the shift go faster? And a supplementary question, if anybody wants to ask it, you got a choice. In making that shift go faster, how do we take the leadership of world-leading cities like Bogota and Warsaw and spread that everywhere? So your choice in questions, Isbrand, you can say anything you want, but you got to do it in 30 seconds if you wouldn't mind, please.
I think the world is going through a transition right now, and one of the earlier speaker has spoken that there's been 25 COPs already. This is the 26th one. I think things are happening right now. Technology has proven itself. Financial models becoming available right now. Charging infrastructure, it may not be as big of a problem as you think it is because we have solar, we have energy storage. This is something to be taken advantage of, and we haven't done enough of that right now. Financial model, CapEx, OpEx can be separated. So the CapEx can remain low, and then the rest of that, it's OpEx. So the battery part of it, it's OpEx, whereas the CapEx is just the bus itself. I think a lot of things can be done right now. Get our hands together. I think this will happen.
Great, thank you. Sarwant, I'll go to you. What's exciting you most?
Yeah, I think for me, the greatest innovation that's coming through is the business model innovation. And that's where it's bringing multiple players across the industry ecosystem together, from the OEMs we work with in Alex, who are our partners on the energy sector, the finance companies, and the digital houses together. So I think for me, that's most exciting. And I think what we need to do is take that business model, answering your second question, create a framework and policy, and then replicate it from city to city to accelerate the electrification of transport.
Great, thank you. Rodrigo?
Myself?
Yes.
Yeah. No, I think that, again, it's not a matter of technology innovation, because, again, the technology is already here. So we don't have excuse. We need to go electric, and we need to go right now. So the most exciting innovation right now is that in this transition, cities and everybody has the opportunity to rethink urban mobility, not only public transportation. So we can put, again, citizens at the center of this urban mobility reshaping program, and rethink completely how we move within the city.
So interesting, Valerio. It's part of a much bigger context, which echoes what Justina was saying a few minutes ago. Justina, I'm going to give you the last word, so hold on for one second. Felipe?
I think the most exciting part of this is how, after a decision was taken, market has already grown so much. That's probably what I find the most exciting. I have seen how market is now like asking us, what's next? How are we going to be there? All the people making buses and on the operational side, it's asking all the time, what's next? And it's very nice to see also how many cities, not just Warsaw and Bogota, are leading these kind of things, like in Latin America, Mexico, Santiago de Chile. It's amazing how they are doing so good, and how we are going forward in order to have much more of this kind of sustainable way of transport.
Well, a great shout out to the leadership of cities, and we're going to go to one of Europe's great historic cities. Justina, final word, whatever you want, answer any question. Podium's yours.
Well, cities are clearly important. Technology is there. Willingness is there, and we need a plan. And in order to make these big transitions, we need to have a target, and we need to have a plan strategy to implement this target. And I believe that C40 Cities makes this great role of, first of all, sharing knowledge between cities, exchanging views, exchanging problems as well, and spreading the success stories. So I believe there is a leadership very much needed and key for implementing these bold projects that we are now in front of.
Great note to end on. Can we have a round of applause, please, for Justina, Valerio, Sarwant, Isbrand, and Felipe. Terrific panel, terrific work. Thank you very much. Back to you, Helen.
Thank you. Thank you, David. Thank you to all our panelists. We're now going to have a coffee break. And we'll come back in here at 11:45, where I'm going to be joined by Juvencio Maitsu, Chief Financial Officer at Inca Group, also known as Ikea, and Sirin Helvin-Stav, the Vice Mayor for Environment and Transport at Oslo City Government. And we're going to talk about last mile deliveries and livable cities. So back in here at 11:45.
So before the night is over, will you dance a little closer while the crowd move all around us? We can stay. Can we sing this song for the...
Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. I'm delighted to be joined by Juvencio Maitsu, Chief Financial Officer at Inca Group, often better known as Ikea, and Sirin Helvin Stav, the Vice Mayor for Environment and Transport at Oslo City Government. And we're going to talk about how businesses and local governments can work together on transport and mobility solutions to make our cities better places to live. I'm going to dive right into the questions. Juventio, Ikea has set ambitious targets to achieve zero-emission last-mile deliveries in 5 major cities by 2020 and worldwide by 2025. How are you getting on? And what role has policy and regulation played in those business decisions?
We're moving, and then there are some good things and then some barriers to deal with. Now in Ikea, we have decided and we will deliver to become climate positive by 2030 by reducing more greenhouse gas emission that the Ikea value chain emits. And then we are mapping and tracking the whole footprint in scope 1, 2, and 3. One element is the last mile delivery that together with the customer delivery accounts for 6% of our footprint. And then what we are doing, we have decided that everything, all the last mile will be either EV or zero emission by 2025. But also we said, also it's important to walk the talk now, not to wait for the last year. That's why 100% of the deliveries today in Shanghai or Amsterdam, Vienna next month are today in EV. And 22 countries have already activated plan. In Oslo, it will be 100% next summer, which I am really happy as well. So that's a good thing. So there are things actually moving. However, there are a couple of challenges that we need to overcome. One is, of course, we need more partnership in the total industry to make a tipping point, and we can talk later on more about that if needed. And then the second one, we also need governments to phase out combustion engine. No latest, I would love the 2030, but no latest than 2035. But also we need infrastructure and we need incentivization to fast track the transition. So good news, but there is a half-empty glass where collaboration is needed.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Stav, Norway has made considerably faster progress than the rest of the world in shifting to zero-emission vehicles, but still roughly half of Oslo's direct emissions come from transportation. What lessons can you share from the transition so far, and what more needs to be done?
Yeah, Norway is the leading country in the transition to electrical vehicles, and the growth in electrical vehicles now is steadily above 70% in Oslo, and especially high in Oslo compared to the rest of the country in the cities. And the share of electrical vans is also rising, so we're quite far ahead there. At national levels, we had for quite some time economic incentives to easily makes it cheap to buy an EV compared to a fossil fuel car. And locally, we also use our parking regulation, our toll ring. We have environmental differentiated taxes so that it will always be more convenient and cheaper or easier to use an electrical vehicle, either a private car or also for the businesses. So, and we're also using that all the money we get in the toll ring, which is one of our most important measures to reduce traffic and pollution in Oslo. We use that to invest in public transit, public transportation, and bike paths. And that's an important thing because before we used that to invest in wider roads, creating the problem. And now we're investing in the alternative, and that's good for everyone because that makes more space for the ones that are actually dependent on the car and the transport of goods that we need in the city. So it's a win-win, more livable city, and also we get the reduced pollution, emissions, and also less noise. So, and also investing heavily in charging points because you have to be able to charge those EVs. So we are investing in our own streets. We are investing in charging points for private cars and also for businesses, but also we have an energy and climate fund where we support businesses and private persons to invest in charging points. So that's an option for everyone, because that's sort of an obstacle. If you don't have anywhere to charge, it's harder to roll out a big scale the transition we need. So, and also we support also electrical cargo bikes. Speaking of the last mile, so now we also have a program for a car-free center, which is not really car-free, but we're reducing traffic heavily in the center, and we've seen there a transition where businesses like Ikea, they now have showrooms in the center, and you can order stuff just looking at, instead of taking your car to a shop and bringing that furniture home, you just go to the center with your bike, you order it online. So you see a change also in how business operates, which also reduces traffic. And so we also support then the electrical cargo bikes in the center for the last mile, and terminals to, what do you call that, where you load on the goods from the heavy freight, yeah.
Great, so it sounds like kind of using a whole toolbox of different measures and then sort of thinking very systemically about how you move money around. Let's talk about the benefits you're experiencing from zero-emission transport from both a business and city perspective. Haventia, let's start with you.
Benefits are clear, both from the emotional point of view, but also from the business point of view. I can name several of them. The first one is connected to the Ikea vision. The Ikea vision is to create a better life for the many people, and we can never achieve that if we don't create a better living for the many people. And it's good for the climate, but it's good for the air we breathe every day. So I think it goes pretty much to the DNA of us as a company, but also the personal values of ourselves. This is one. Then there are also two more benefits that, from the business point of view. If you don't accelerate that transition, it will come with a cost. It will come with a cost because customers will phase you out. Customers are more demanding today, and they are scrutinizing much more how we are doing as a company. But also, governments will close the city center for non-EV vehicles in the future. So you need to be accessible also to the many people, exactly in the lines that you mentioned before. So there are benefits for us as a human being, but also there are benefits for the business. And this is an important element for me, because today we see the barriers. Today we see the cost of the transition. And many companies are, when they see the barriers, they are hesitating or stepping back or procrastinating or waiting that technology in X years' time will solve the problem. But I think the earlier we go in this, the earlier we build a low-cost business model, because non-sustainable business will be more costly in the future. So there is a lot of emotional and business benefits.
Great. And how are citizens responding?
People that go over to EVs, they don't go back. So it's more comfortable. It's to drive, and for also for the surroundings, it's less noise, less pollution, and also the same with the electrical bikes. People that get an that's why we have been funding it to begin with, to sort of create a market. When you first start using an electrical bike, a lot of people start biking a lot more.
Right.
So you just need a taste of it. And then we also use our public procurements really. That's a really important tool for us to demand in our own, for everyone delivering goods for the municipality of Oslo have to use an EV when they transport goods. So we are creating the market also by using the public procurements. So that's an advantage for the business, if then you can provide, as a transport business, electrical vehicles. And you have lower maintenance costs, you have lower running costs. We are now electrifying our whole, all our buses in Oslo. Of course, there are some obstacles that it's not accessible, or you get, fossil fuel cars are still cheaper on the market now. So you always have the discussion of the social profile of it. But now we have the market for second generation or used cars for EVs are also there. So now that's not an issue anymore. And also it's not a goal that all people or most people should drive a car. That it's if you need a car, So we also need a modal shift. Our goal is that first and foremost we want people to use public transit, bike and walk, not only for to cut emissions, but also for public, health. So we have a lot of benefits from both the technological shift, but also the modal shift that we work on. Yeah.
And let's just talk quickly about how businesses and city governments should work together then. When's it about regulation? When's it about collaboration? Would you like to start on that?
I think it's both. I think we need the governments across the world to be clear in the phasing out of the combustion engines, because if there is no clear message there is no fast track of the whole process. So that helps. But it's not only about that, it's about incentivizing the transition. And that's why we need governments to incentivize the transition. We see differences across the world. In some countries we go faster than other countries because the environment is more supportive. So that's why we need governments across the world to incentivize the transition. And then we need the infrastructure, because of course we need the autonomy, we need the recharging system, and that has to be easy. Because if it is not easy and affordable for the many players, it will not take off. Yeah. So there is, and this is a catch-22. We cannot wait for things to happen, but we need to accelerate that.
Yeah, thank you. Vice Mayor.
Yeah, we're in Oslo. We're piloting. Sorry. Rusty English, a lot of things, with the zero-emission construction sites, which we are now a general standard in Oslo. Just a few years ago, we had the first ever electrical machine on construction sites, I think, in the world. And that was never done before. Like, we're doing it, and it's a pilot, so we're testing and learning, and then we're scaling it up gradually. Like, one of our agencies, that was the rule, that's what we're doing, and then it worked. And then we scaled up. Now it's a standard for Oslo, and now we are getting all the C40 cities to do the same. I'm going in a debate on Thursday, talking about this in the Built Environment Day here. So that's, we need to create a market together, and I think cities are the solution, because to be honest, cities are more progressive, and you can get together all the, all the cities and create a market globally for then electrical machinery, lawnmowers, everything that we need to electrify. Yeah. And also we have a network in Oslo called Business for Climate, where there's been a line now because of COVID. We couldn't have like this signing lunches, and now they're lining up. They want to be a part. They want to be part of the solution. People want to be a part of the solution. Businesses want to be a part of the solution. And they are now giving us feedback on what they need. What's the obstacles for them to make the transition. So, for example, the charging points for heavy freight has been an obstacle for them, and that's also the new technology that's not there yet, but now it's getting there. So now we actually have big buses and also heavy freight on electric, and that's that will be piloting now, and we're hoping to scale it up soon. Yeah.
Great. So finally, and I'll give you one sentence each on this, it's Innovation Day here at the COP. What's exciting you most about this transition to ZEVs, and how can we make this shift go faster? Ventia, let's start with you.
No, I think this is, we love in Ikea to turn problems into opportunities. And I think this is an opportunity not only to end up in 100% EV or zero emission last mile delivery, but also to make it more affordable. I think the partnership is paramount. The investment we have done in Fluid Track, for example, in US, or we announced yesterday Bolt Logistics in Canada, we do a similar thing in China, ends up in platform and sharing, truck sharing that allows to maximize the capacity and to reduce the pricing as well. So this is an opportunity for the climate, but for the planet, but also for the wallet. And this is what I am really excited about. So let's turn problems into opportunities.
Great, thank you. Vice Mayor.
Yeah, I think this will only pick up in speed because people see the benefits, and also by experiencing electrical buses, trucks, excavators, and so on, you see that there are so many benefits for not only cutting emissions, but also the local environment, less noise, less pollution. And I think we just need to go faster. We need to plan more carefully, or the overall energy system, because of course more use of electrical vehicles will need more electricity, and also a more integrated system where business and citizen can be provider of electricity at the same time, and also user at different times. So we can actually produce, solar panels on all roofs, and that you can produce electricity and also provide it around the city.
Fantastic. Please join me in thanking Vencio and Vice Mayor Stav. And now I'm going to give the floor to Bill van Amberg, Executive Vice President at CalStart, who'll be moderating our next panel, which is focused on innovations driving forward the decarbonisation of road freight.
Thank you so much, and it's great to be here. I had to wear the Scottish colours here first. I've really been tremendously excited by the energy in Scotland, not just around COP26, but just throughout the nation as we see this transformation, particularly towards electrification. We have a great panel that I'll bring up one by one to our stage here in just a moment, but a little framing if I can. This bus group that we had, the panel was really quite tremendous, because honestly that's the foundational, we call it the beachhead marketplace, but it's a foundational marketplace for moving electrification into heavy duty. Now we are seeing it move, and I think a lot of people who only track cars may not be aware of just what we're starting to see in terms of innovation in the heavy duty space for road transport, moving from buses now into heavy trucks and freight movement. So our panel today will explore that, and just a little tease, tomorrow at Transport Day with the UK, with the Netherlands government, many other countries, our global Drive to Zero program will be announcing a pretty major and exciting commitment that sets the path forward, so there's no more debate about zero emissions. It's a question of doing it, not talking about it. So with that framework, let's bring up our panelists, and really excited today. Let's bring up first Andreas Folea, who is the Global Head of Sustainability for Scania, and we will hear about some of the pretty tremendous steps they're taking to move this forward faster. Andreas, thank you for coming up. If we can bring up Ezgi Barcenas from AB InBev. She's the Chief Sustainability Officer. Great to have you here with us today. Roberta Barbieri, VP of Global Sustainability at PepsiCo. Doing my best, Roberta.
You recovered nicely.
Thank you. Christopher Hurst, who's Director General of the Projects Directorate of the European Investment Bank. Great to have you here, Christopher. And finally, the Honourable Graham Day, who is the Transport Minister for Scotland, who I've had the honour of listening to before. And I may, excuse me, sir, have to cut you off on occasion because you do wax eloquent, I have found. But we have a tight panel, so we will try to stay on time. But where we really wanted to start today was just some quick opening thoughts. We'll try to keep it to about 2 minutes apiece to really frame the question and what is really moving forward, what has changed with each of our players. And first, Andres, if we can start with you. There's been this difference. There's a complete change in reality and perception around heavy-duty electrification. What is possible? And it's fundamentally changed the view of how fast we can move in the marketplace for that. You will be launching a long-haul electric Class 8 or over-the-road heavy truck in 2023, which is fantastic. So what What has changed and why in the last few years?
Well, it's going in a breathtaking pace, I have to say. Solutions that were unimaginable just a few years ago are now in our serial productions, in our production plans, in our development plans. As you say, Bill, we are today serial producing urban applications up to 20 tons that can travel for 250, 300 kilometers. Plug-in hybrids, of course. In 2 years, we will have a truck that is able to carry 40 tons of cargo for 4 hours, highway speeds, and then recharge in 45 minutes. And by 2025, we believe that all our segments will be able to have these solutions. And we expect 10% of our volumes will be electrified. So it's going in a breathtaking place. Now it's just about adoption, making it the rational choice for our customers.
Great. That has hopefully changed some perceptions, maybe even in the room, of what is coming and what is possible. But it's moving pretty quickly. And I know, Ezgi, it actually is hard to keep up as an operator, both of services that you contract for and your own. You're already a big purchaser of zero-emission trucks, or you've started to be a first mover, is maybe the better way to put it. How have you been able to move quickly, and what lessons have you learned so far from putting these vehicles on the road?
Yeah, thank you, and thanks for having me here today. So at AB InBev, we like to call ourselves the world's local brewer. We have operations across 50 countries around the world. We sell our products to 150 markets. And about 9% of our total value chain emissions, entire scope 1, 2, 3, about 9% of it comes from logistics. So that actually tells you how local we are. Yeah. I think a lot of stakeholders get surprised when they hear that number because they expect logistics to actually account for a lot more in our emissions, and it doesn't. Again, it speaks to that local rootedness. And I think that gives us a lot of ability to work with partners on the ground, to pursue innovation, to co-design, to create that local demand, as opposed to a few kind of bigger places around the developed world. So I think that for us has been really key in how we're tackling this and how we're closer to the problem, but therefore that puts us closer to the solution as well. And at a high level, what we call tier 1 and tier 2 logistics is kind of what you transport to your warehouses. You need the long haul trucks. That's where the problem exists still today. There isn't a scalable solution. And then the smaller delivery ones in the tier 2 where we're making good progress. I think in the long haul, there's the dedicated versus non-dedicated fleet. And I think the opportunity for companies like ours is how do you influence then that dedicated fleet? Mm-hmm. And then in tier 2, our own fleet. And we're making progress around the world. We've got reasons to believe all the way from Brazil to South Africa to Colombia to China to the US and many other markets where we are either investing in the partnerships or already sourcing the electric vehicles. And the challenge is still there. I think there is a lot of maybe myths still around the batteries being heavy and them having the short distance and limited. But I believe in technology. I'm actually an engineer, and I always like to say that sustainability is the ultimate brief for design. And on Innovation Day, this is what we're talking about, right? And I think we have a lot of reasons to believe. Only 3 years ago, we made an announcement about going 100% renewable electricity to convert 5 terawatt hours of electricity around the world locally by bringing additionality in those markets. And in 3 years' time, we are over 70% of that volume is contracted. When we set that target, we didn't know we were going to move that fast, or the technology was going to advance, or the policy was going to be developed. I think that's where we sit today. I think we're really on such an inflection point when it comes to electric vehicles. And we have a lot of reasons to believe, because the car makers have been at this for a while. And now the truck makers are going to learn from them and continue to keep building.
We're really in an interesting point in that S curve of adoption, and it's going to not be linear. It's going to go at a different pace. Roberta, Pepsi does contract, but you actually own Pepsi Frito-Lay, a lot of your fleet. You drive a lot of miles, 1.3 billion miles, I believe, around the world. So how are you have really strong sustainability standards. How are you changing your distribution model? Because the distribution model is changing around the world to support zero emissions. And then how will you get to zero in the medium and the long term through some of these changes as you roll them out?
Yeah, good question. Don't know yet, frankly. But yeah, just a little bit of statistics on PepsiCo. So over 1 billion miles. We are one of the largest private fleet owners in North America. We have 60,000 assets, and all those assets account to a mere 2% of our carbon footprint globally. And yet, from an investment standpoint, when we iterate on what achieving our climate goal of 40% reduction across scope 1, 2, and 3 by 2030 is going to take, the vast majority of the cost is for that 2%. So very interesting conversations happening in the company as a result of that. If you add in our third-party logistics, however, the impact goes from 2% of our total footprint to 14% of our total footprint. So for me, the working with third-party logistics carriers is as important as what we do in our own fleet, and the solutions are the same. We've been working in this area with our own fleet for more than a decade. We've been experimenting like crazy. We have hundreds of electric vehicles right now. That's a fraction of the 60,000 total that we have, but hundreds. For our Frito-Lay side of our business, over 40% of our Frito-Lay trucks are compressed natural gas today. Easy to switch to renewable natural gas when the time comes, and we do have some renewable natural gas vehicles. We have propane vans. We have hybrid vehicles. We have a number in Mexico in our Latin American operation. We are doing some renewable fuels. So we're experimenting. We're learning widely across all of the opportunities that there are, the potential solutions that there are today. Looking forward to accelerating that, but as you guys have mentioned, we have a little bit of ways to go. I'm super excited to hear about 2023. We need infrastructure. In the real estate market, people say it's location, location, location. For us, it's infrastructure, infrastructure, infrastructure. So I'll stop there.
No, and that's a good setup, I think, for Christopher Hurst, because I tend to be a glass half full person. I know some people are glass half empty as we look at this, but we definitely have a challenge to get the investments in at the pace that we need them if we're really going to hit 2040 targets for major electrification into this space. Christopher, early stage, with this shift to freight, what is holding back the private sector on investment? There's some dibs and dabs into it, but not big. As you see this, particularly as we move, what makes it an investable proposition, particularly as we get into infrastructure, and what is the role for the European Investment Bank to help bridge that gap rapidly into this scale-up?
Well, good afternoon, everybody. For those of you who don't know what the EIB is, it's the Bank of the European Union, owned by the 27 member states. And we recently put climate as our top priority. So in fact, we call ourselves the EU Climate Bank. At the end of the day, we need to have more, let's say the solutions, I think, for city trucks, city distribution is there, and there's plenty of investable propositions for electrification of fleets that are delivering around the city space. Long haul is still an issue because we still don't know what the solution is going to be. It's great to hear the news of Scania about electrification, but we also have the hydrogen possibilities that seem to be one of the prospects that are highly promoted. So from an investment point of view, it's a bit difficult to see which of these solutions is going to be the one which is adopted, maybe both. But for both of them, you need to have the infrastructure. I mean, we talked in the last session about the catch-22 was mentioned, that if you don't have the infrastructure, you can't have the trucks. If you don't have the trucks, you won't get the infrastructure. So what you need there is clear government policy to say what it is that we want to do
and to give, in this particular case, as it's a network issue, some kind of support to what is the charging infrastructure, the distribution infrastructure that you're going to have. And at the same time, you have to give support to the people who are undergoing the innovation in order to produce and reduce the cost of these other technologies, which are still, if you ignore the environmental externality and is not fully pricing the environmental damage you're doing, it's still much cheaper to buy a diesel truck than it is to buy an electric vehicle or a hydrogen-fueled vehicle. So we need to have a proper charging, a proper taxation of the damage which is done, and subsidies for innovation. When they have that package together, then a bank can see that it's going to get its money back, because at the end of the day, you either need an equity investor to take risk at an early stage, or if you're a bank like my own, you need to have a framework where you can see where you're going over the next 10 years, and you can see that there's a revenue stream that's going to pay you back. But it's essentially government that has to do that. It has to say what exactly they want to happen and to put in place the right framework, policies and subsidies to make that happen.
So what we need is clarity on direction, regulation, investment, incentive, and really to lay that path out, or else we're going to be dancing around for a while, it sounds like. Minister Day, I have been really excited looking around Scotland. I've ridden in your electric buses, I've ridden in your fuel cell buses. You're really kind of pushing those limits. Can you talk about, and I know you're not deep into truck transport or freight transport yet, but could you talk about what is it that a smaller country can really do with its focus to move things faster? And what lessons can you take from what you've done on the bus transport side that could be extendable, either in infrastructure or otherwise, into freight?
Yeah. So I've inherited a situation, so I can't claim any credit for it, with a bus decarbonisation task force, which I think is the template that one ought to follow, because it has involved all the relevant stakeholders from the very start. So it's had the bus companies, the bus manufacturers, the energy providers, and latterly, the public agencies as well, and latterly the private finance sector. So what we did at the start was the Scottish Government worked with some seed funding in the form of meeting the difference in cost between a diesel vehicle and an electric vehicle, initially now hydrogen. We've had to reset the subsidy level slightly in favour of hydrogen in the current round. And thus far, we've delivered 270 odd buses, over 200 of which have been built in Scotland. So it's a win-win for Scottish jobs. And I think that the group that oversees this meets later this week to produce its final report. And I look forward to seeing that and creating a pathway into the heavy vehicle sector, because if it worked for buses, it can work for heavy vehicles. We're also quite fortunate in Scotland in that our haulage sector is beginning to get ahead of the game here. It recognises its responsibilities here. So both in terms of on-road transport, but we're also developing our shift to rail freight. So I think as a small country, you can be fleet of foot. You can create these examples. Everyone knows everyone in Scotland, literally. That's really helpful.
I've kind of noticed that, yeah.
Yeah, I've noticed it going around COP. I keep bumping into people I know, but it is a big advantage. So you're able just to chat to somebody to fix a problem. You don't have to wait a month or 2 months to have a meeting. And I think that's been really advantageous for a country the size of Scotland.
I really love the idea of moving with this report that you've used for transit, moving into maybe a freight decarbonization task force and pulling those stakeholders together in your region. So one of the things that people often talk about, and again, this is where are we on this continuum? It's obvious that we have some of the solutions right now to start saturating our cities, and we need to build out the infrastructure and the financial support to make that happen. We're starting to see the first pieces of being able to do between city corridor routes and eventually get into broader, maybe long haul. But where are the biggest gaps today for where we need to be when it really comes to the heavy freight sector, or just the freight sector, including local distribution and long? Is it policy signals and alignment? Is it the vehicles just not being ready, but they're coming? Is it infrastructure? Is it financing? Maybe it's all of the above, but that's too easy an answer. Who wants to jump into that? Andres, go ahead. And let's make this open to the panel.
Yeah, and I think it's been said, and let me be clear on that point, that no major technology hurdles remains to electrify heavy transport when it comes to the product, when it comes to technology. We're there. We even secure the capacity for the batteries needed to go 50% of our volumes to 2030. So I can safely say that technology-wise we're there. So it's all about infrastructure. I would just say that as well. And if we should just be a little bit more granular on that, now in the first wave, we're going to need the charging infrastructure on the depots and on the DCs. And that's big responsibilities from the fleet operators, but also from the transport buyers to provide that. We are providing our customers tailor-made charging infrastructure that comes with the trucks. The next step is more challenging, and that's where we need to work together. Because that's not only about investment in charging infrastructure equipment, that is about the grid capacity in the roads. And that's where we need to just make heavier grids that they could support this effect that is needed. And that is also long lead terms. I mean, we're talking about years here to invest in the grid in the way we need. Because this is not personal cars. This is really heavy trucks, and they need to be charging in the same ways. And I think there is like a need for 1,000, maybe 1,500 of these in the UK alone. And they will need a small nuclear plant to power them, each and one.
Yeah, and that's really interesting. What we have found is that generally there's enough power at the grid level. It's at the distribution part of the grid, getting the power out to the depots, the bus yards. That's where the loads aren't always there.
Exactly.
Who else? What other thoughts? We've heard infrastructure.
Can I say something completely different, because it is all of the above what you said. But I think there is something else, which is the information. I think most consumers are looking for sustainable products, and as time goes by, consumers will more and more want to be buying products that are sustainable, including the way in which they've been shipped from production to the point of sale. But that information isn't there, and it's particularly complex in the logistical industry, because we have a lot of very small companies at the bottom that are being subcontracted by larger companies, and in the end are being contracted by people like you to deliver these products. And we don't actually know what's happening through that supply chain. So I think if we had proper information flows and proper monitoring throughout the supply chain, that would also give an incentive for people who are contracting trucking companies to put pressure on the trucking companies to be the ones to actually adopt this technology. I think that could be an important force, in addition to needing everything else, infrastructure, electricity, regulation, and policies, and everything else that you mentioned, which is absolutely, you need to have all of them.
The power of consumer choice or choice by the shippers in selecting. We're actually working with California to develop a database of companies that actually are zero emission capable and would be contractable, just to give people guidance. Minister Day.
Yeah, I mean, I think all of the things that have been suggested are valid, but it also strikes me at the heart of the answer to this is a can-do attitude, an innovative approach, and a bit of imagination. And to pick up on your point, something that I've been speaking to my officials about, if we need to create an on-the-go charging infrastructure to help the HGVs, why don't we solve another problem at the same time? So that when we construct that, let's construct it in a way that offers facilities for the drivers. One of the current biggest challenges in the UK, one of the reasons we're losing HGV drivers is because there is nowhere for them to stop, to sleep safely, to have a shower. So if we're going to do this, why don't we resolve the two problems at the same time? And it's a win-win.
I hear a project being proposed. Christopher will talk to you about financing. Roberta.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention, we're talking infrastructure. Let's not forget, it's not just electrification infrastructure, renewable fuels. Renewable fuels have a place in our strategy for net zero for emissions from transport. And that infrastructure and market is incredibly nascent as well. So, let's not focus exclusively on electrification. We need renewable fuels infrastructure too.
To have sufficient of it to make sure it covers the on-road vehicles that are going to be out there for a number of years, for sure.
Yep.
Absolutely.
In the right places.
Yeah. Eski?
I definitely agree with all the comments. It is all of the above. Maybe another perspective, slightly different angle. I think over the last week, what I've really seen, I thought was really fascinating in a lot of the discussions is we're looking, it's almost, yes, we believe in the science, the innovation, the technical aspect of it, but I feel like we should also be looking at the social norms, the status quos, and the behavioral science, and how we create the nudges for the companies, for the consumers, right? Ultimately, this is about sustainable living. And for me, if we don't start thinking about these things in 3 dimensions, right? So it's not just my value chain, but it's the value constellation around it, right? So what I do impacts you. What the government creates impacts so many other different sectors. So how we think about that, I think, is going to be critical to create that behavioral nudge or that change. And one example could be, think Johannesburg, think Mexico City, think London. There's a lot of congestion, a lot of air pollution, a lot of traffic. How do you then start incentivizing the companies like ours to go and deliver their products? Let's say in the food and beverage sector, I don't know, you can pick one sector and start with that. But offering more favorable delivery times into the city because you're an electric truck, that is going to get the attention of a lot of companies, because we're all fighting for those delivery times. We don't have parking slots. In many cases, like I live in New York, you get the parking tickets every time you're delivering something, and that's just how business operates. So how do you then create these additional incentives that are going to give that additional, so it's not just the financial, it's not just the enabling policy environment, but the smaller incentives that we don't really look at about, okay, maybe the delivery time between 8 and 10 will only be reserved for the electric trucks, and then beyond that, then you can open it up to others, and slowly you start switching everyone over, and you start, expanding that delivery window as well to more and more electric. I think if we start bringing a systems view into how we create change for the whole society, and that could maybe even be a solution for the truck drivers, right? And where they find the rest stops, how they can actually, sustain their living in better ways. So I think we need to start looking at these from different dimensions.
Yeah, and what's so interesting about that is that that's so much within the power of local government, cities in particular, zoning and curb space control. That's a big power to actually draw people in or exclude people depending on technology, or along the roadways, which countries control, or countries and states. Let's shift, if we can, on really quick on one topic on infrastructure. I think we've started to do a lot of build out for light duty infrastructure. I think personally that we're being overtaken by events with heavy duty starting to come down and maybe needing infrastructure. Should we start thinking of co-locating power drops when we're doing fast charge hubs? Is that possible? Do we need to just have completely separate charging facilities for heavy duty? What are your thoughts on that, and what have we learned so far, if you have any observations? And I would wonder from you first, from government.
I guess it depends where the needs conflict and correspond, because one of the challenges we face on charging infrastructure for light vehicles is making sure they're available in parts of our cities where people don't have driveways. So there has to be a focus on that. To the tenemented buildings of Glasgow and Edinburgh, that's not suitable for charging trucks. But I can think of a location in Stirling, which is adjacent to the motorway, where we have an active travel link into the town. It would be a perfect location for charging of HGVs. It's a great location for charging cars, and we have it powered by solar panels. So there would be a great opportunity for co-location, but I can think of many other places where it wouldn't be suitable.
I got you, that makes sense. And have separate lanes for trucks, separate lanes, but you could, one power drop for the site.
Yeah.
Other thoughts on that?
I can jump in just to say that for city fleets, I would have thought the main charging, I'm not at all an expert in these areas, but just looking as an outsider, I would have thought that the main charging of vehicles would be more in the depot at night. So that would, obviously when they're out on the road, they have to be able to charge as well, but the main charging of the vehicle for city distribution would be in the depot at night. So clearly depots have to be fitted with this charging infrastructure. on the road, on the motorway. I think the point that was mentioned before of having a safe and secure location for truck drivers so they can stop and have their necessary amenities when they're there is absolutely an essential part of this. And that's probably, it can be in the same general location as charging for light vehicles, but probably it means having separate areas, separate parking areas where trucks can stop and drivers can leave their cab in a safe and secure location and go and do whatever, have a shower, eat, or whatever it is they need to do in the pause that they have. So again, it's probably a little bit separate, at least looking at it from the outside as a non-specialist in those areas.
Well, so let me jump on one topic, and then we're going to do a lightning round at the end, and we're really going to hold you to time on something. But just one thought: when we're seeing this transition, what is the role for private investment, particularly into infrastructure? And do we need things like transport as a service to help bundle that? Do we need carbon pricing? Should we start charging less as opposed to a premium if you get zero emission delivery and more if you get combustion delivery? What are the terms of, what are your ideas on some of those signals when it comes to either bringing more finance in or giving really clear signals to the marketplace and to finance of what they can invest in? I want you to be provocative.
Yeah, well, I counted to 4 questions there, and I'm just not sure where to start. There is a role for finance, definitely. Not maybe, a lot of it is about sharing risks, I think. I mean, we're talking new technologies. There's insecurity around residual values. There is a lot to ask of transporters, fleet operators, to take these risks on their own. And there we need to be coming up with solutions together, maybe in partnerships with transport buyers, OEMs, the finance community. And yes, I think there is a role for vehicle as a service, transport as a service. You can imagine a business model where transport buyers are pledging to make X amount of ton kilometers fossil-free, and they could then pull in the transport as a service. We could provide vehicle as a service to those transporters, and there could be a financer in the back sharing the risk, so we don't have to have all the vehicles on our balance sheets, which would make a big problem, of course, for an OEM. Price on carbon is a must, and it can take many different forms, and I think we've seen some great examples around the world where we have integrated into energy taxation. We need price on carbon mirrored in road tolls. That's important for our sector. And we need strong cap and trade systems that really puts robust and increasing price on carbon moving forward. That's the way we can price in this transformation.
Any other thoughts from our panelists on that topic, Roberta?
Yeah, just to pile on onto carbon pricing. I mean, really, all roads lead to carbon pricing. No pun intended. Everything that we're talking about in all of COP and all of climate action, carbon pricing. It levels the playing field. Critically important.
So let me. This is the lightning round, and we have 5 minutes left. We have 5 people, 1 minute apiece. We're already over. So, but let me end. Let's get a quick question for you. This is an innovation day at COP. What is most exciting you about this transition to zero-emission vehicles, and how can we use this to make the shift go faster? Let me start with you, Minister Day.
I find it fascinating. I find it inspiring. I found COP inspiring, and the attitude that I've heard right across the time I've been here. An American senator said to me the other night, the most striking thing he'd found coming to Scotland was that he knew we had a history in innovation. He'd actually found we had a real future in it. And I see fantastic things happening in Scotland. We've much to learn from elsewhere. Right at the heart of innovation is a piece of work we're doing in Dundee at the Michelin Innovation Park, which is an area that was an old factory. It went to the wall. We found a future for it. Around innovation in the transport sector. It's doing really exciting things, and it I think illustrates that transformation from an old industrial past into a new future that's clean and green. And I think that is probably the biggest, most exciting thing that we're seeing at the moment.
Very cool. Jobs and bringing people forward. Chris?
Well, I think what's inspiring for this particular topic is that there is a clear vision of where we need to go. And so that's very helpful because it's if we were to paraphrase it, Donald Rumsfeld, it's a known unknown, right? So we know what we have to do, and so we know we have to go in a certain direction. I think that makes it motivational because we see that. But what is, I think, the most motivational thing of the COP is that now it's the fact that we have a climate crisis and we have to act is just becoming this established wisdom. Is what everybody thinks. The things that politicians are saying today that would have been inconceivable even a few years ago. So that now we have, even Boris Johnson is saying essentially the same thing as Greta Thunberg, which is quite remarkable. So I think that's probably the most motivational thing that I think we're on a path that we won't go back from, and we'll start accelerating on that path.
Great. Well, we're on that S-curve towards the end of the panel, so we must accelerate now. Roberta?
Yeah, I'll do something a little different and say excited is a tough adjective for me. I'm worried and I'm stressed out and I'm anxious about how slow we are going. So it was tough for me to come up with something excited for the topic.
Good point. Ezgi.
So I would say that a few years ago, if we were sitting on a panel like this, the talking point would be, we can't do this alone. We need partnerships. How many times have you heard that talking point? I think now the talking point is we're all in this together. And we feel that. The pressure and the appetite is coming from the supplier side and the customer side. Look at our retailer partners, look at our suppliers, the trucking industry. We're seeing it all across the value chain. There is momentum, there's good energy. Are we at pace? No. Are we at scale? No. But I think we're all in this together, and there's that shared recognition right now.
Excellent.
Yeah, the speed of change. I myself love change, so I love this moment in time. I was in the transport industry in 2005. I quit. I went for another sector for 10 years. I came back 2015. Nothing had happened. I truly felt that nothing has happened. Now, if you compare that to these last 5 years, everything is happening. It goes really quickly, and it's fantastic. Yesterday, I was on the inauguration of our new dealership here, just east of Glasgow, a brand new workshop and dealership of Scania. And just to see the customers driving these electric vehicles, see how they love them, the quietness, the performance, and how we're now hiring service technicians that can work on them. The pace of change is just thrilling and exciting.
Great. Well, first of all, let's thank our panel. That was fantastic from them. And a closing thought that I would share. I actually share Roberta's anxiety. At the same time, that makes me tremendously excited because it means we actually have adopted the vision that we have to act, and we kind of roughly know, I think clearly know, where we need to go. Look for that announcement tomorrow, which will send even more clear signals to the world about where we will go and that we've passed the crossroads and we are actually heading down the path. Let's do it together. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bill, and thanks again to the panel for a really insightful discussion. We've got one more panel left this morning, and that will be looking at the supply chain. So I'm going to hand over to our moderator, Maya Ben-Dror, who's the portfolio lead for sustainable automotive and mobility at the World Economic Forum. Maya.
Thank you so much, Helen, and thank you, everyone. Please bear with us. I know we're all hungry and tired. We have a 40-minute panel prepared for you, and I'm sure you're going to love it. Before I introduce the panelists and we get ourselves started, we wanted to put on the screen one panelist that couldn't make it today, unfortunately. That's Dr. Liu Xiaoshi, the Executive Deputy Secretary General of China EV100. And that's a government-formed network in China to bring public and private decision makers to propel a transition to the EV ecosystem. Do we have that video prepared?
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it's our great honor to speak in today's events, RouteZero during the COP26. First, on behalf of China EV 100, I'd like to extend our great congratulations to the Climate Group and its partners for holding this event before the panel on supply chain starts. I was invited to talk about the electric vehicle supply chain development in China. Worldwide, the automobile industry is going through unprecedented changes that have been unseen in a century. Electrification, intelligence, and networking are taking place in the automobile industry transformation. Since the promotion of the new energy vehicles, China's production and sales have been ranking first in the world for 6 consecutive years, with a cumulative promotion of more than 7 million units, accounting for 50% of the world total. It is fair to say that China is among the countries standing at the forefront of the transformation. China's good practice and experience are calling our partner countries and the practitioners in the industry to join the ranks of developing new energy vehicles together. The rapid development of electrification has accelerated the reconstruction of automobile industry chain and created conditions for the development of new supply chain in China. In the past 10 years, we have achieved notable progress in electrical vehicle-related basic materials, parts, batteries, motors, and electronic controls. An effective autonomous and controllable system have been formed among the upstream and downstream of supply chain. Especially in the terms of batteries, China has become the world hub with the largest industry scale and the most active technology innovation. Meanwhile, China is evolving actively in the global new energy vehicle supply chain development. Apart from experience sharing, China battery and related material manufacturing companies like CATL, Goshen High-Tech, Swaft, and Faxis, and building planning to set up local manufacturing bases and R&D centers around the world. We are joining hands with related countries and promote the supply chain development of electric vehicles. However, we are fully aware of the challenges to the stability of the resilience of global supply chain, the COVID-19 pandemic, uncertainties in the international trade, global logistics, technology, and industry policies of major countries. Therefore, it is crucial to enhance the capability in the micro for foreseeing and tackle changes and establish a micromanagement system in global automobile supply chain. Since our establishment in 2014, China EV 100 is committed to promoting the reform and the development of the automobile industry. As a think tank and public-private partnership platform, we are looking forward to working with our partners in the different countries to maintain the stability and the smoothness of the automobile supply chain and make the due contributions to combating global climate change by accelerating the development of electric vehicles. Now, I will give the floor to the other speakers in the panel. I'm looking forward to hearing their insights about supply chain. Again, I wish today's event at COP26 a complete success. Thank you all.
Well, thank you very much for Liu Xiaoshi. I'm going to make sure I give him a phone call later and let him know that he has actually been on stage with us. What I wanted to get us started with is a quick reminder of why we want to discuss supply chains. So as we shift to electric vehicles, we also acknowledge that from 20% of emissions coming from before and after the in-use phase of vehicles today, this number is going to grow to 60% by 2040. So as we now think about manufacturing of EVs, and as we change the entire supply chain, that has to be net zero too. So without further waiting, I'll introduce each one of the speakers and give them their first question to get an opportunity for them to get one of their key messages out. So I'll start with the minister. Minister Benoit Charette, the Minister for the Environment and the Fight Against Climate Change, Quebec, that before taking this role in 2018, was also serving as the deputy of the National General Assembly of Quebec, spent some time in Haiti volunteering, and in City of Mexico. I think we all owe you gratitude for everything that you've done to date. Now, Quebec has put a very bold strategy for leading in EVs. And part of that was also a piece on financing the supply chain of EVs in batteries specifically. Can you tell us a bit more? Why have you taken that step?
Well, we are frankly quite fortunate in Quebec. 99% of our electricity is totally renewable. It's hydroelectricity. So that's why we put the emphasis on electrification of our transportation. If we cannot do more for the renewable electricity, we certainly can do more for our transportation. That represents 45% of our emissions. So that's why we put the emphasis on this sector. So we've been in collaborative partnership with California with the cap and trade market. So this gives us money. It's more than $5 billion. So with this money, we are able to put in place some programs, some initiatives, and the focus is on electrification of transportation. So we can talk about subsidies. We can talk about also, we are so passionate, though, even during the pause, we were talking about that few minutes ago. It's a good thing to have subsidies, yes, but we do have to develop also the infrastructures behind that, the electrification infrastructure, the charging station, because if we want to convince the consumers to buy an electric car, they have to be confident that on their road they will be able to find enough possibility to charge their vehicle. So this is the whole strategy. Price on carbon first, that gives us money. After that, put in place some initiatives and some programs to make sure we can become totally net zero. And for that, we also need a law. So we change the law, we adopt new laws. So after 2035, it won't be possible to buy fuel cars, but before that, we change the regulation also. So producers have to make sure they have enough electric vehicles on the market for allow the buyers to buy them.
That's fantastic. I love that you use low carbon monies or monies from the trading scheme to funding that transition to EVs. I think that's inspirational. And with that, I'll hand over to a very special guest, Cynthia Williams. Very glad to have you here, the Global Director heading the work of Ford on sustainability, compliance, and homologation. And I mixed the two. It's actually sustainability, homologation, and compliance. Right. Has been at Ford since 92 and joined right straight from graduate school into the, I believe, the fuel economy office, and since then have taken a lot of positions in sustainability, compliance, and safety, and worked a bit on Asia as well. So with that rich experience, may I ask you, we're looking at a supply chain shift, and you're working with over 1,500 suppliers, tier 1 suppliers. How are you making sure that as you transition to EVs, you work with your suppliers?
So for, it's in any OEM, it's critically important that you work with your suppliers. You have to have that connection because, they're your livelihood. They help you to build the vehicles that you need to bring you to your customers. Some of the things that we do at Ford is we provide supplier codes of conduct, and we provide them guidelines on how to become responsible suppliers. Also, how to source materials responsibly. We also provide those guidelines as well to suppliers. And we have supplier programs where we actually work with them and go out and actually help them do the things. We also do audits to make sure you're doing it correctly. But again, the important thing is your partners. And is not, you're not doing it alone. And so we make sure that we have that connection between Ford, our Ford purchasing, engineering, or whatnot, with the suppliers so that we can help them along the journey. Because in the end, if we're not successful, if no one's successful, then we're not successful together. So we must work together as partners.
Love that point. If you're not successful, nobody, I mean, we have to work together to reach that success. And with that, I want to travel to an emerging market, to India, and introduce Amit Singha, who is actually joining us.
She's my boss, so.
I know, and I work with him too, so I'm so sorry.
No, that's okay.
And then I think, I mean, the fact that you're leading global strategy, and you also have other positions within the group, including a director role for Mahindra Logistics, Mahindra Finance, you bring that unique angle. And prior to joining Mahindra, you worked at Bain & Company for almost 2 decades. So that strategy mindset is something that I'm really glad we have here on floor today. We spoke a bit about how you create regulation or the right enabling environments, how you work with suppliers. Now, how do you make sure that within an emerging economy that perhaps has less access to the right means, how do you make sure that that's equally done across the globe and not in those more advanced markets alone?
Great, thank you. Great question, Maya. I think it's not an easy answer for us, especially because we have different kinds of suppliers. The large suppliers like steel and aluminum and other suppliers, they can take care of themselves. We're working with them, and to your point, Cynthia, we are collaborating with them. I think the challenge is for the mid-size and smaller suppliers, the MSMEs. And Mahindra is a company that has history of 75 years. Many of those suppliers have been with us for generations. And now as the shift is happening from ICE to EV, 90% of those suppliers may lose their business. So how do we actually take them along on the technology front? How do we take them along on the financing front? How do we take them along on the cost curve is a key part of our partnership. And so to that effect, I'll just give an example. We wanted to upgrade our assembly lines with the new motors, which are much more energy efficient. None of our suppliers wanted to put the capex. We needed 1,000 motors. So we actually worked with them, said, hey, why don't we buy 25, 30 motors, demonstrate that these motors have the right technology, can actually give you the benefit and confidence to shift. And once we demonstrated that, we actually worked with them to source those motors. We could buy 1,000 motors at a much cheaper price rather than them buying those motors at 20, 50 and smaller lot sizes. So they got a huge volume discount buying from different suppliers, the motor suppliers. And more importantly, we got them access to credit. The cost of capital for them, is much higher. And we could leverage some of our balance sheet strength that we had. We had financing company, we actually worked with them to actually make the technology shift happen, get them the benefit of scale when we are procuring, and also give them the benefit of our balance sheet rather than they losing out because of their balance sheet. So I think those kind of collaborations are actually very effective, especially in emerging market where you have different tiers of suppliers.
Thank you very much, Amit, and thank you for the leadership in that space. It's pretty inspirational. And handing over back here to Europe, in that regime. So Federica Claren is the head of sustainability at Polestar and has been taking sustainability leadership roles at various companies, including Ikea previously, and also a public speaker, including Financial Times and Reuters. So thank you for joining us. Your company has actually put a plan on a circular net zero car by 2030.
Mm-hmm.
And that's even without offsets. How is that possible?
Well, the background to that is the fact that we're this exciting new company coming into a very significant point in time when we know so clearly the problems that we face, but also that there's this amazing solution in the automotive industry, electric vehicles, that can actually help us radically decrease the emissions from the transportation sector. And at Polestar, we just want to tap into the full potential of that. We want to secure that we accelerate the transition. We talk a lot about the need to accelerate the transition, but we really see that we have to talk about, okay, so how quickly do we need to accelerate? And we believe that electric vehicles are something that we need to see being used on a big scale in the G20 countries during this decade. We cannot wait until 2030 before we tap into this potential. But at Polestar, it's really important for us also to talk about the fact that EVs are not perfect, they're not clean, and we now have to turn our focus from tailpipe emissions to production-related emissions. And we do life cycle assessments at Polestar. They're kind of the heart of our sustainability work. We do quick and dirty LCAs, as we say, throughout the production development. But we also do a final one for the final product. And Polestar 2 comes with a CO2 footprint of 26 tons when it rolls out of the factory gate. And we just wanted to create a sense of urgency that we have to find the solutions to get those emissions down now. And it's up to us, it's up to our purchasers, our engineers, our designers. But we also wanted to create a sense of urgency in the industry that we have to now tap into this. So we created this moonshot goal for ourselves to create a climate neutral car by 2030. We call it the Polestar Zero Project. We announced it half a year ago. We have, I'm very happy that our head of R&D has now taken on the role as a project leader. It will be a 9-year project based on research, innovation, collaboration. It will be about advanced engineering until 3 years before the deadline when we need to get into the the product development. And we will have to do it together with institutions, with our suppliers, with fellow industry companies to really find the innovations that we can scale up in our supply chains. We know that a lot is happening on steel. I'm guessing that you will talk more about that. And on aluminium, the big chunks of metal going into the car that stands for the most part of the footprint together with the battery. But we know that there are 20,000, 30,000 components going into a car, and all of those need to be produced in a climate neutral way. So we really want to, in this project, tackle all of that.
Inspiring. I'm sure we all have lots of questions for you, but thank you for the leadership for putting that very bold ambition already out 6 months ago. And with that, I'll turn over to our fifth speaker. And we've talked a bit about batteries, but we haven't really spoken about steel. Now, automotive accounts for about 13% of global demand for steel. It's a big chunk of it, and that's something we need to take seriously. And we have with us the CEO of Responsible Steel, Anne-Claire Howard, who has actually spent the past 15 years or so on sustainability and governance in companies like Shell, the International Finance Corporation, Eurasia Group. And now with this role, can you tell us a bit more, what can the third-party sector do to help out? And what exactly are you doing in that space?
Well, I think Federica hit the nail on the head. There is a burning platform when it comes to steel. I'm pretty sure that, apart from those of you in the room who know about steel, 2 years ago, none of you were thinking about steel and its carbon footprint. It's only become mainstream in the last couple of years. But there is a burning platform, and most of it actually came from the automotive sector. You know, there is a clear direction of travel when it comes to tailpipe emissions. We all know where we're going. And then obviously it pushed a lot of companies, both automotive, but the built environment as well, to start reflecting on, okay, well, what's the other big ticket items we have? And steel was the obvious one. What we're trying to do at Responsible Steel is to help everyone in the steel value chain navigate what is a very complex system. And we're looking at literally from mine to end consumer. And the idea is, okay, how do we help buyers not just make informed choices today, but commit to the choices they're going to make in the future? So what does the responsible production of steel look like? Obviously from a greenhouse gas emissions standpoint, but everything else. We've talked about batteries and their value chain. It's the same with steel. You know, the mining impact of steel making is absolutely phenomenal. So how do you look at that whole value chain, and how do you have a value chain approach to sustainability and greenhouse gas emissions? And then more importantly is how do you put together a standard that on the one hand helps promote those new technologies, those front runners, help them find the markets that they need for their new technology, which is low carbon or ultra low carbon now. But more importantly, how do you transition the rest of the industry? Because yes, it's great investing huge amounts of capital today in new tech, which will, deliver at scale, but no way in the volumes needed. So how do you make sure that you're incentivizing and pushing the rest of what is a very traditional, cumbersome sector? How do you get them to put their money where their mouth is, or find the money to do that? And more importantly, and I think that touches on Amit's point, how do you make sure that we're not leaving some countries and some geographies behind? And hopefully, if you have a common standard of reference, helping consumers compare apples with apples, then you can help grab a whole sector and shift to real systemic change.
That's fantastic, and I think it's beyond words. I mean, I think we've seen on November 4th it was, where the First Movers Coalition was launched, we've seen the first piece of net zero steel by SSAB, and I know that some of us here partner with them already. So that's fantastic. It's actually happening. It's feasible. But we touched a bit on steel, a bit on aluminum, so I want to go back to you, Cynthia. So Ford has actually already in 2015 talked about closed-loop automotive aluminum. And more recently, you launched the Circular Supply Chain Program. Can you tell us a bit about the journey? How do we take the closed-loop in aluminum into everything else?
It was definitely a process for Ford and something that we put a big bet on with the aluminum F-150. But again, it was a key partnership, working with key partners in the supply chain to make that come to reality. And further investment. I think what Ford is doing today, we're furthering that investment. We just announced that we're investing in Kentucky and Tennessee to also do the same type of thing. And so we're making those bold investments. And also another thing that we're doing is we're expanding access to capital. We also announced that we announced a sustainable finance framework. And with that sustainable finance framework, what we're focusing on is clean manufacturing, we're focusing on clean transportation, and also how do we give back to communities and training and things of that sort. But it's those big investments that also allow you to bring back capital into the company so that you can vertically integrate within a plant and start that ecosystem, right in one location. What we need also from government, I think, is on key components such as batteries, motors, to build the electric vehicles. We got to have that production in regional and local areas. So we need the support from the governments to do that in order to, to bring that in so that we can create that circular economy. There's some policies that will also need to be changed to do that as well. But again, we're making bold investments in order to bring that production local, and also in that way you can retrain employees to do different types of work. It might be different types of work, but they have the skill set to do it, again, to bring the circular economy right there within a vertically integrated plant.
That's great, and you actually bring a very important topic, which is the responsibility over the social impact of the transition to EVs, sourcing EVs, the supply chain. And I want to go back to Minister Charette. It is extremely important that we address the issue of the impacts new supply chains will have on societies. What is the approach?
It's fundamental, and your previous panelist by the video earlier said it clearly. It's an issue, and the pandemic raised even more loudly this issue. So the part of the solution is by regionalized supply chain. So we are less dependent from other market, and each market can make sure that he gets what he wants as produce. And in Quebec, what we are developing now, it's a complete battery change. We know we had some issue with the chips during the last months for many reasons. But what we are developing is the complete change. So from the extraction from the soil, we are enough fortunate. We have these strategic minerals, but after develop the cellars, develop the batteries, and until the end of the lifetime of the battery. So we do have a process of recycling these batteries, because 99 of these batteries can be recycled, and these strategic minerals can be recuperated from this recycling process. So what we're able to recuperate, we don't have to extract it from the underground. So on a sustainability level, it's the win-win situation that we are looking for car producers, knowing that there is this option in North America. It's also reassuring because there's an issue about the supply chain. So it's a win-win situation for the economical environment, but also for the environment itself. Because if we can guarantee the producing process of the battery, but at the same time with good environmental regulations, the battery is greener. It comes from a closer market. It travels less, so less emission. So that's the regionalized supply chain that we are developing at this moment for the battery itself.
I mean, all of that investment and thorough thinking, I think it's extremely important, and I'm glad we're sharing it here. And I know that right before this panel, we had an opportunity to reconnect again and discuss. And I know that there is a lot to do in terms of making sure that that transition actually happens, and we need to verify that, and we need to be very transparent about the steps that we take. I'm going to open this up to everyone here on the panel.
I know new partnerships is also something that we're looking at that's helping us to scale in terms of recycling. We're partnering with Redwood Materials in our new facilities to help, accelerate the recycling of batteries, accelerating, lithium recycling as well. And so those are some of the things. Key partnerships, new partnerships are things that we're going to have to be bold and try in this space in order to accelerate to a zero emissions future. So it's just something key for Ford.
I think that's an invitation.
Absolutely.
If I may add a point, I think to point you raised and you talked about on the circularity. I think many of the global emerging market could benefit from the scrapping policy of cars and vehicles. I think those policies do exist, but more as voluntary, but they are not mandated as yet. And that creates a little bit of a challenge for investors or shareholders, because they don't know when this is going to end, this source of cash flow, and how much money should they be putting on the electric vehicle supply chain as well as the product development. So I think the reason I bring this is there's one issue with respect to the capital allocation, but the second issue is the circularity. That's very important. Like if we don't have the ability to extract it. Right now we are not designing cars as yet where you can extract steel 10 years, 15 years out of it. So we need to design our products so that we can get. So we launched a new business at Mahindra, which is scrapping, we'll scrap the cars and extract the value out of it, but it's still subscale. We need support from the policy that mandates, say, 10 years, 15 years, or whatever is the right time frame. Those cars which are end of life comes to a place where we can extract and create the circularity, which has a huge impact on the supply chain emissions tied to steel and many other commodities. Similarly, the lithium ion, we talk a lot about batteries. You've seen there is no policy for extracting lithium from the lithium ion batteries after 6, 7, 8 years. I think there needs to be clear policy in terms of what happens to those batteries. Are they going to go to power grid where they can have a second life, or will it come back to the OEMs who will refurbish them and bring back to mainstream? I think those policies need to be mandated in some shape and form so that investors, shareholders can actually take decisions about capital allocation and the transition from ICE to a pure EV highway. So.
You threw a word there, mandate, and I know we're touching policies. I know we all have reactions to that and probably things to contribute, but when you mandate, you actually need to... Performance metrics. Cynthia, do you want to...
No, I think it's important to have performance metrics and guidelines for the industry so that we can have a set of rules that will bring the materials back. Not necessarily mandates, but work with the industry to develop these guidelines and performance metrics.
So be it mandates, be it performance metrics, we need to be able to track and evaluate whether or not we're on path, whether or not the plan we put forward works. And that brings me back to to being transparent and sharing the data, sharing real-world data.
At Polestar, we've set out to be the most transparent car company in the world. We have that small ambition that we're working towards, because we so clearly see that we're working in a very conventional and opaque industry. I was quite shocked when I come to the automotive industry from the fashion industry, learning that car companies basically know their tier ones and then it's just a black hole. So transparency will be, it's such a buzzword, but it will really be so important for us to secure that we are innovating in our supply chains and that we are performing towards our commitments that we are so willing to spread. One thing that we are looking at now is utilizing blockchain to trace minerals. There's this very old school way of operating where you talk about responsible sourcing, you have a COC, and you require of your supplier to act in a responsible way, but we actually have to meet that now with securing that we get performance data and that we actually trace all of the metals and the minerals. So we can trace the cobalt in Polestar 2 all the way down to the mine or the recycling plant. We're doing it now for mica, and we're including more minerals going forward. So that's a concrete action we're taking on transparency. Then we also need to talk about the fact that consumers today cannot compare the production-related emissions from one model to another. So at Polestar, we put out our LCA for Polestar 2 last year, and along with a call to action to the industry to do the same, and to just start showing your methodologies so that we can start harmonizing the way that we measure and that we communicate the impact of the production of electric cars. So those are two concrete examples of how we're working with transparency.
That's really important. We also have a supplier mapping process as well. We also trace the materials that are built within the supply chain, and also being that source to the supplier, providing a common database where we can supply that data. That may be something that the government can help with in terms of doing more to share that information across the supply chain.
Yeah, and I think that harmonization of how do we report, how do we measure, how do we report, how do we communicate that so people can compare apples to apples, even between companies, not just between models of a single company, is important. I know that, Anne-Claire, you've been working on that specifically for the case of steel.
Yeah,
what are the main insights or lessons? How can we get it done?
It's a bit of a bugbear of mine. Transparency isn't everything. We've noticed in a lot of sector, if you overwhelm people with data and information, you're actually not creating change. So transparency for transparency's sake leads to nothing. What's important is what data, what metrics, what information are you actually giving people? And more importantly, is that information credible? And what we've seen throughout time is that fundamentally there's a mistrust of the information that comes from large corporation. It's normal, that's where we are today. So how can you find third parties that will give credible information to your stakeholders, your customers, and information that's actually actionable and trackable through time? And that information is also, as you said, Frederica, is the same from company to company. I remember sitting with one of our automotive members who was showing me the forms that they would send every year to their suppliers and say, you have to fill in all this information. And you talk to the steelmaker and they're like, I get one of these from 50 companies and not one of them is the same. So how can we create an approach which fundamentally is more pragmatic and more likely to actually affect change, as opposed to just drowning people in requests and information that don't lead to anything?
That's a great segue, actually. Do you want to come in, Cynthia?
I think that's something that we should work in terms with our industry associations to pull those common forms together, but also bring in third parties, credible third parties that'll come in and audit the data to show you that it is accurate, and work with the suppliers if there is something wrong, to lay out a risk management plan in terms of how to correct things as well. Just don't leave them hanging by themselves, but work with them to provide the right solutions.
It's a learning curve that I sense that all of us are here willing to take. And I think that there is one maybe, I mean, that, again, a great segue to some of the initiatives that I know Mahindra was very active on with the World Economic Forum, the Circular Cars Initiative, for example. Can you tell us a bit more of what is the value of such platforms?
So I touched upon that earlier. I think the circular cars and FMC are some of the initiatives that we have signed up. And I think it's driven by our belief that the circular economy is the best way to actually solve some of the problems. At the end, auto sector is very competitive, right? Whatever we do on this is going to increase costs somewhere or the other. So how do we actually make sure that we are able to either extract a premium from the customer for the extra costs and everything that we are putting in, or we are able to create a differentiation in the minds of customer that say, hey, this is a better product and I want to align with that. I think that's why some of these initiatives actually try to push our own agenda, circularity, FMC, these are all ways to not only do the right thing, but also create a competitiveness for us to have either a better cost structure or a differentiation in the minds of the customer so that we create a pull for our products. So that has started. I think we have a long way to go. Hopefully, we'll cover that with success.
So we're coming to a close. I'd like to give each and every one of the panelists, and as Angela has done earlier today, 30 seconds, or if you will, 3 sentences to sum up. What are your key messages for these people sitting here and the people that are watching us virtually? What would you like them to come out of from this session with? Starting with you, Anne-Claire.
I'm happy to start. Collaboration. That's all I have to say. Work through the value chain. We need mining companies, steel makers, automotive sector working together on finding the solutions, and that's happening already. And we just need more.
I think that we have to get out of the climate echo chamber that we are in. In our industry today, we have a lot of automotive companies coming out with progressive commitments, but very little action to show for it. We have a climate solution in our industry, and it's our goddamn responsibility to use it while we can. It can be scaled up within this decade. And that will be all about going to our supply chains, sending a very clear message that they need to transition in a just way, but in a quick and speedy way. We need to see the rising of that S-curve now.
Excellent.
My would be helping MSMEs help ourselves through technology, through our balance sheet, through our scale buying.
I love that.
I'll say challenge the status quo. We have policies on the books that need to be changed in order to help us accelerate the zero emissions future, and we need to work together to do that.
And it's a great segue to a government representative here to get us to bring us to a close.
And from a government perspective, I would say the first step is price on carbon, because the price on carbon will allows collaboration that are not natural at the first sight. So price on carbon, collaboration, but also incentives on innovation. Innovation is the key also of everything. Without supporting the innovation, it becomes unlikely that we will be able to reach the goals that we all have about reducing our emission. And at the end, it's necessary also to have some mandatory rules to make sure we go all in the same direction and at the right pace to reach our goals.
And let's add fast pace.
Yes, we need a fast pace.
Thank you so much. We have Minister Sherbet with us, Cynthia, Amit, Federica, and Anne-Claire. Thank you so much for spending time with us. We can have this. Thank you, Helen.
Thank you. Thank you, Maya. And now we'd like to invite speakers and delegates to join us for some lunch. Unfortunately, we've just heard that Her Excellency Dr. Yasmin Fuad is unable to make it today, so we'll see you back here at 2:40 to kick off our afternoon sessions. Lights. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back. I hope you enjoyed your lunch. We've got about 100 or so people who've also been dialing in online, so welcome back to them. You might have been eating lunch, breakfast, or dinner in your time zones, but it's really great to know we've got that extra audience out there. For our next panel, I'm going to hand over to Monica Araya, Distinguished Fellow at ClimateWorks and the Drive Electric campaign, who'll be leading the panel focusing on infrastructure challenge. Monica. Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for being here. There are so many options, and we know that you could be doing other panels, so we know we have the most interested people right now on AVs. So thank you. And I would like to invite the panelists to come, and I will introduce you once you're here. So please join us. And we will have a fifth panelist that will join us later. Going to. Shall we? I am going to sit here with you. I wouldn't like to be standing up and, missing the eye contact. So let's make this conversational. If you, for example, are sitting at the back and you change your mind and want to come to the front, we don't bite. We're nice people, so don't hide there in your phones. So let's go, and I would really encourage you to go to the website and read all these amazing bios, because these are very accomplished individuals, and I'm not going to start reading all their bios, but I will give you an idea of who they are, because we have made an effort, and the organizers have in particular made an effort to bring complementary views about this perspective that we want to get right around infrastructure in particular. So we are going to hear from Basil Segos, Commissioner of New York State Department of Environmental Conservation. We are also going to hear from Baroness Brown of Cambridge, Chair of the Carbon Trust. We are going to also hear from Agustín Delgado from Iberdrola, Chief Innovation and Sustainability Officer. And we are very lucky to have Angie Farag, Clean Tracking Lead from the World Economic Forum. And by the way, some of us have interacted through Zoom, so it's actually quite exciting to see the real people in person. And we are also going to hear from Minister Thackeray, I probably got it wrong, Minister of Environment and Climate Change from the government of Maharashtra. So he's going to join us, and we're going to give him a warm welcome. He's busy, and he's making an effort to be here. Okay, so what we're going to do is to have a conversation. So I am going to make some questions, and hopefully we're going to hear about an answer of about 3 minutes, and then we're going to, have another round. And I'm going to start with New York.
Okay.
A place that I hold very, have a warm place in my heart for New York. The state of New York has many residents who might like to join the EV revolution. And we have heard, let me just make sure I get the right question here. We know that New York is going to move to zero-emission vehicles by a certain date, 2035. We know that not everybody can charge at home. Famously, in New York, that is the case. So we would like to hear more about how you're thinking about this transition and how you're making sure that it's inclusive.
That's a great question. Thank you for asking it. Great to be with you all today, the Climate Group and all these great panelists. Well, we're thinking about it very hard right now. 2035 is not so far away. For all that didn't know, New York has committed a binding target of 2035 for all new vehicles sold to be electric, which now puts us in a very important position of having to plan for that future. We've had good progress so far. in New York, but we're not there yet, obviously. There's still barriers to entry into ownership of an EV. Pricing of an EV is obviously coming down. And the infrastructure, we're playing some catch-up to consumer demand. People want electric vehicles, so we've been working across the entire government, across all sectors, and with localities, very importantly, cities and towns, to ensure that the network is ready, the charging network is ready. Very importantly, last year launched what we call the Make Ready initiative, which is a $700 million initiative that will put charging network across the state with a goal of 85,000 charging stations statewide. That's really important. We need to have the infrastructure built before people will feel that range anxiety fade away. We tend to think range anxiety isn't real, isn't as real as people believe it to be, because the batteries are becoming better and cars are just driving more miles. As an EV owner myself, I've experienced that, and I've put that behind us, behind me and my family at least. But it's very important for us to put that money out into the street right away and get creative with the utilities, get creative with private financing as well, because ultimately pushing financing from capital markets into the charging network is something that will ultimately make us succeed. We can't get there on government dollars alone.
Thank you very much, and we'll come back with more questions. Let me now move to Baroness Brown. It was 15 years ago that you were leading the King Review on low-carbon cars for the UK government. How different are things today from when you looked at the possibilities back then, when nobody was talking, or very few people were talking about this? And to what extent is infrastructure now the constraining factor on more rapid adoption of zero-emission vehicles?
Well, I think things have moved a lot faster than we thought they would ever move back 15 years ago. I mean, we now in the UK have a commitment from the government to phase out the sale of fossil-fueled vehicles, light-duty vehicles, by 2030. We didn't think that would happen as fast as that. I think we thought there would be more diversity in the kinds of fuels in light-duty vehicles. We thought there might be more biofuel and potentially even more development of hydrogen. So the kind of the reductions in battery prices and the improvements in performance that have really led to this kind of domination of the light-duty, zero-emission light-duty vehicle area by EVs has been, I think, would have been perhaps something of a surprise to us. I think we also had a feeling that actually a diversity of solutions was a benefit, because the problem we have now is that we're dependent on one thing, oil, and in a way moving from one dependency to another might bring some problems, and I think it will, and we need to be working on those. I think we hadn't anticipated that renewable energy would be getting so cheap so quickly, so we were very nervous about things like fast charging. We wanted everything to be as super efficient as possible, so we wanted everything to be charged slowly overnight. And yes, but I think the fantastic thing is actually how quickly this change is now happening, much quicker than we thought it could happen, and how quickly the technology has enabled that. And I think, we really have to hope that happens across so many other parts of decarbonisation and really takes us down this journey faster than we think is possible, because that's what the world needs. I think the issue of infrastructure is a very important one. I think in the UK, for people who drive EVs, it's more of a perceived problem to people who are thinking of getting one than it is a real problem at the moment. But if we don't respond fast enough in the next 8 years, it will become a real problem. However, in the commercial area, sort of delivery vans and things, infrastructure is already a real challenge. There have been some horror stories of companies in London wanting to put in bases to do their zero carbon delivery from, and being told by the local electricity distribution grid that because they're the load on the grid that is going to need major grid reinforcement, it's going to cost them millions of pounds to connect into the distribution system. So we really desperately need the grid upgrades that will stop that kind of thing disincentivizing companies from making the right decisions. And then we need to be getting on to thinking about the exciting things like using plugged-in vehicles as part of the balancing system for the grid. And you know, we haven't got a grid that's ready for any of those things, and yet a recent Carbon Trust report on the crucial need for flexibility in the grid of the future in the UK pointed out that actually charging vehicles and using them as part of the grid flexibility is the cheapest and easiest low-hanging fruit in terms of grid flexibility. So if I may do my bit of advertising as chair of the Carbon Trust, that report is on the Carbon Trust website, and if you're interested, I'd encourage you to look at it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I just wanted to add that, you know, when we hear from somebody who says this is going faster than I imagined, even for us who were in Paris in 2015, even 5 or 6 years ago, EVs sounded like a faraway dream in the context of Paris. Countries didn't even include that in their NDCs, the national plans. And it's been only 6 years, and now it's almost unthinkable that they wouldn't include them. So
we still have a few bits that we haven't cracked, though.
Yeah.
And apart from the infrastructure, the other one is I think, equity and fairness.
Yeah.
And one of the challenges we have in the UK, if you come to an affluent city like Cambridge, which is where I live, you will find there's lots of charging. If you go out into our rural areas, not far away from Cambridge, like the Fens, where people actually need their cars because the public transport is appalling, there are no charging stations at all. So we really have to make sure that, as with all parts of the transition, justice and equity are part of our thinking on charging as well.
Yeah, thank you for bringing that, and let's make sure that we also comment on that, because we have to be very good at telling the story of acceleration, and also be very good at spotting our blind spots and making sure that the concerns are brought to the table. So let's now move to, let's see here. Let's now move to Agustín Delgado. Iberdrola seems to have made a big bet on the future value of building and owning charging infrastructure, including a massive commitment to build all this charging infrastructure I suppose in Spain, but you can tell us if you're also doing that somewhere else. And you're doing this along major motorways and traffic corridors, and you're also doing this in public space in the main cities. Why are you doing this?
Yeah, as you said, it was unthinkable to have, let's say, this track of electric vehicle ahead of us. But before that, we were thinking at our company, probably the other companies are doing the same, how was going to be the charging habits for people owning an electric vehicle? Because we used to think about charging the cars the same way as we were doing charging our fossil fuel cars. And it's a completely different story because, as Baroness mentioned, slow charging is something that is going to happen everywhere. Everybody has a station to charge at home. Not everybody, but most of the people who has a car park. So we start thinking about how was going to be done and what were going to be the steps in the deployment of electric vehicles. So whenever you think about what happened to somebody that doesn't have access to charging at home, we thought, okay, it's true that we need to give them access to these kind of things, and that's why we're doing this public infrastructure, but the truth, it is that most of the deployment would start for those who have easier access to charging. So this means at home. And we deploy a system that works like this. It was like to really mass deploy charging infrastructure at residential stage, so everybody who has a car park would have a parking at home, would have the possibility to have a charging station at home, together with the possibility to have a tariff for electric vehicle that is the cheapest one. For example, we have a tariff from 1 a.m. to 7 a.m. that is only 3 cents per kilowatt hour. This means €1 per 100 kilometers. So this is very cheap. So this is all together with the optimization of the use of the power infrastructure. So you don't need to increase the power that you need to have at home, but you use it as much as possible. So first step, it was a charging infrastructure at home. Then it was to have a safety network for those traveling that was going to be done not in the city. Average traveling in Spain and many countries, it's 50 kilometers every day. This means that with a standard plug, it's only 3 hours charging every day. But it's true that if you have an electric vehicle, you may want to go further. It's not only the 50 kilometers, you may want to go on holidays. So we have started building a safety network for those who want to travel more than the autonomy of the vehicles. And so this means that we are not going to put fast charging infrastructure in the nearbys of the cities, but 300 kilometers away. That is when the cars are going to run out of electricity. Because you have to bear in mind that most of the electric cars leave their home fully charged. So you need to charge them again 300, 400, 500 kilometers. So we have extended this safety network for charging. And then we are starting to figure out how to support those customers who are willing to have an electric vehicle, but they don't have a charging at home. So it is fast charging, very fast charging in the city. So in 15 minutes, they can have like the autonomy for 1 week, let's say so. So, and these are different steps, and we are building these networks. That is going to be needed, but it's a different approach. For example, if you go to a restaurant, this is a charging station. It's a different approach. You don't need to only have that big stations we have in our highways. We have many stations, and we are deploying this network in restaurants, in areas to rest, in resting areas, in malls, and everywhere. So we're going to find out that it's a different way of doing things, that cars are leaving homes fully charged, and that building infrastructure shouldn't be a problem at all for the deployment of electric vehicles. And the answer is it's not going to be a problem at all for electric vehicles. If you wish, later on, we can talk about not only electric vehicles, but electric trucks and how this is going to happen, because we are talking about zero-emission vehicles, and trucks are important.
Yeah. I am living in Amsterdam. It's very easy to charge. So I am actually living the dream. I don't have a car, but it's very easy to rent one, rent electric and charge it. It's just so easy.
That's true.
So in terms of, sometimes when I hear, is the big barrier, maybe it depends on the country, but it should not be. Since you mentioned trucks, let's just talk about trucks, because I know we have in the panel somebody who, is very passionate about that. And Angie, WEF and the initiative you lead, RouteZero, just launched this very insightful report about how to accelerate the pace of decarbonization of trucks, of heavy trucks. It says it's feasible, and it also says that we have to get the collaborations right in this early phase. So that collaboration is there. What would you like to tell us about the report, about the work that you're leading, about the learnings from all these meetings that you were hosting last year and this year? We are very eager to know.
Thank you, Monica, and thanks to the Climate Group and RouteZero. It's a pleasure to be here. That's okay. So the report you mentioned, it's an outcome of a year of working with this initiative, RouteZero, which is we've been working with McKinsey and other knowledge partners with a group of over 40 first-moving companies across the value chain with a mission to accelerate the decarbonization of heavy-duty trucking fleets and the infrastructure. And we started on the basis of this project knowing there's other initiatives and there's great body of work out there from ECF, from some of the OEMs have done research, ICCT and others. And we knew that there's a couple of really outstanding barriers that we needed to start to address, they're really having an outsized effect on the pace of adoption. The first being the lack of infrastructure for the zero-emission trucks. And the second being the gaps in infrastructure and vehicle financing to address the huge upfront costs. Just as a sort of a nugget of information, some of the research that McKinsey did for us for this project identified that for us to be on a 1.5 degree trajectory in Europe, we need at least 50 billion euros more invested in zero-emission vehicle charging infrastructure, both charge points and refueling stations. And we can recognize that over the last few years, it's been mentioned that there's a huge pace of change that has really accelerated the batteries, the efficiency of the batteries, the fuel cell technology, the availability of vehicles. We're seeing it all coming, and that's wonderful. And we're seeing some small collaborations coming too. But this is sort of still insufficient to have the scale required by 2030. And that's why, as you mentioned, we really identify that coordination across the value chain is absolutely essential to sync up large-scale fleet and infrastructure finance with the transport demand and the truck deployment and infrastructure build-out. Of course, needing the enabling policy framework to support this, which we'll talk a lot about during this panel.
Thank you. So let's now switch to another round, and I have a few questions, and I don't want to get into a format that feels like an exam, right? So I really would like to have a sense of flow here and be more spontaneous. So I'll mention the themes, and let's see how you prefer to engage with the questions, or if there is something you really want to say, even if it's not a direct answer to the question. If you feel very strongly about it, by all means, bring it, because the whole point is to make sure that people who joined get the most insights. So one theme is, this recurrent point that you hear in certain conferences, certain panels, that we have reached a point where the infrastructure is holding back the transition. Is that true? Or is something that we need to rethink because we have come to a point where we think maybe the barriers are somewhere else? Another theme is the whole question of who has to pay. Who's going to put the money there when it comes to the grid upgrades, to the infrastructure deployment, and what is the role of government versus the role of the private sector? I have other questions, including the approach to planning the charging points, how you go about that. And then I have another question, but I leave it till the end. So let's start. Who wants to start so that we kind of, volunteer? You want to start, Rothstein?
Yeah, sure. So when starting for who is going to pay?
Yeah.
Well, for sure, electric vehicles are more expensive today than internal combustion engines. But this is not going to last. We think that for 2025, the total cost of ownership of an electric vehicle is going to be cheaper than the total cost of ownership of an internal combustion engine, the capex plus the fuel. And after that, for 2027, it's going to be even cheaper to have an electric vehicle, to buy an electric vehicle than an internal combustion engine. So we are not talking about a technology that is going somehow to cost more to the customers. But if we realize that the technology trend and vision is going to go down in cost, the truth is that it's going to be a cheaper way of mobility than the one we have today, first thing. So the customers will be willing to pay for this service because it's going to be cheaper. So, and this includes the rollout of the infrastructure. So the infrastructure is not that expensive compared to the whole business or needs investment in the cars. So it's not that it's not a problem of paying who's paying, because it's not that much amount of money. Just as I said, if you are running your car in just €1 per 100 kilometers, and if you have to pay maybe €1 more because of the infrastructure, still is much cheaper than the internal combustion engine. And this is going to happen. And the only point about the rolling out, the only problem we are facing, you said that we have a strong program. Many companies have a strong program of rolling out the infrastructure. The problem we're having today is the permitting of to put the charging poles in the different places, because we need permits from many places. But I mean, it's going to be solved. So we are going to have enough charging infrastructure as it's going to be needed.
Great. I like that. The idea that you're not losing your sleep over it.
No, we are.
Great. That's very good. Baroness.
Can I come in on the financing side? I mean, in the work we do on the Climate Change Committee in the UK, we obviously have looked at how to, the costs and the benefits of reaching net zero in the UK. And what you see are that we will need to invest across all sectors, something of the order of 50 billion extra per annum between now and 2050 on low carbon transition and infrastructure. But by the time we get to 2050, because of the much more efficient use of energy, we're saving more than 50 billion per annum in operating costs. But most of those savings come in transport because, of course, of the huge efficiency improvement between an electric vehicle and an internal combustion engine vehicle. So there's an investable proposition in there somewhere. There's a real return on this. But all of our treasuries and our finance departments have got this challenge of how do they work out how they're going to replace the loss in fuel tax, and to some extent, how are they going to redistribute these potential savings to drivers that come out in all our calculations? How are they going to redistribute those and move some of those savings into things like the grid reinforcement? We're going to need the on-street and the fast charging infrastructure on motorways. And that, I think, is a big challenge for certainly in the UK, for our civil servants who are trying to get their heads around this loss of fuel tax and and all of these increased savings, which at the moment look as if they arrive in the motorist's pocket. And how do you balance that back up?
Commissioner, I'm looking at you.
Yeah. Well, listen, I mean, to your question about the private versus public sector on this, I mean, we think about this every day. Obviously, we're talking right now, we have to put out a plan, our economy-wide scoping plan for how we're going to decarbonize in New York. And that requires also a 40% investment in frontline communities. So we need to look at what consumers want today and what the technology is today and where it could be in 15 years when we're truly hitting our mark on requiring EVs. Where do we make those investments now? So to your question as to almost, is it investments to the technology of today and the demand today, or the demand and technology of the next 15 years? And I think it's a little bit of both, that we can't let EVs fall off the table because we haven't delivered a good product in the state of New York or anywhere else in the US. But we also need to plan for the future and the possibility that there will be innovations within EVs that will have made redundant many of the investments that we're talking about today. So the $700 million that New York State is coming up with for that make-ready infrastructure announcement, how much of that will be redundant by the time 2030 or 2035 rolls around? It's a real concern. So the way I look at it is we need to, of course, build those charging stations, but to the point of the network itself, the grid not being ready to handle it, the no regrets approach will favor investments in the grid because that will pay dividends for the next 50 or 100 years. So we have a holistic approach to EVs in New York, which takes into account all of the needs that New York State will have and how much power we get from upstate New York, which is very clean hydro, wind, solar, to downstate New York, which is no longer nuclear and is no longer coal, it's no longer gas, and how we make those adjustments in the grid really to match consumer demand in the long run.
I'm very curious about something. does New York look up to other cities when you're learning these lessons? Or I'm just very curious.
I mean, I don't think New Yorkers look up to anybody,
I know,
but
that's
we
why I'm
obviously do. We have to. That's why we're here to learn. We think we always have the answers, but obviously we don't. We learn, and we like to lead. But we're also working directly with California. We're working with 11 other states on EVs. We did a medium and heavy duty vehicles phase out with a few other states. Recognizing that we have to do this all together. In the absence of maybe federal or international accords, the states have to step up. And we're learning from everybody out there doing all this incredible work.
Great. Thank you for your answer.
Can I add something?
Sure.
Yes. I mean, I think that's all great to hear, and I would argue or suggest that if governments sort of take care of the grid capacity aspects, and fast-track permitting, for example, for these new EV charging stations, and tax incentives, guarantee utilization for certain periods of time, then the private sector and blended finance models could come into play for the infrastructure deployment. We've been looking at this from the medium and heavy duty segment, and really depends on kind of the use case that you look at. But if you look at the depot charging model, when it's going full circle, you see that the charge points would be in the depots, so that would actually be more private sector investment. But actually, a lot of the emissions is really coming from the long haul range, which needs to be public charge points. And that technology cost is very significant, but we also see that cost dropping by 2030. Got some statistics here, but I think the main point is that we need to be testing out these models now. And we're actually seeing a lot more interest from the demand side to be part of the solution, as well as the blended finance side. I'll just share a couple of examples. So firstly, we started to do a demand side driven pilot across the Benelux region with a group of major buyers and a charge point operator. And it was structuring it to look at sort of, okay, if there's a group of buyers who are using a similar kind of corridor, can they agree on that corridor? Can we map where would those stations need to be? And we've done this. Can they all start to think about what kind of capacity can they commit to, so that there's more interest from also the truck manufacturers to be able to provide those trucks? And then we look at the sort of the financing model. So we brought some expert financiers in to look at what kind of blended finance could come into play to basically structure those investments that are needed and take advantage of some of the grants that are in place in that corridor. And actually, once we can get that up and running, and you can see how that could work, this is something that could scale. It could scale across the corridor and connect to other pilots. Secondly, I think that when we look at the sort of just taking the approach of where you can upgrade the infrastructure with the shared infrastructure model, we realized that whilst there's more availability of the trucks, there's still the high capex. So actually, we'll probably come to this discussion point later, but I heard a little earlier in the fleet conversation, this idea of having a leasing model for trucks is something that we should really leverage and test further. But why not blend it being a leasing model for the trucks plus a subscription model for the use of the infrastructure? And then that would actually be a very virtuous way of being able to kind of see the truck use, but also the investment in the infrastructure being sort of the payback coming sooner.
Yeah, the leasing model is actually being tested in Colombia. Yeah. So it's I hope we can get some of the lessons soon. So we have with us Minister Thackeray, Cabinet Minister of Environment and Climate Change of the Government of Maharashtra. Welcome. Thank you so much for being here. We have been having a conversation about infrastructure, opportunities, barriers, and we know that you have been very actively pushing for this, going faster than the national government. So the floor is yours.
I think it's, we've come out with our new EV policy just about 4 months ago. And we've seen a lot of rapid transition towards EVs because there's a lot of young girls, boys, men, women who want to, move towards electric mobility. And there's a lot of awareness in people who are going for newer vehicles. 72% of our vehicle usage in Maharashtra is about two-wheelers. And with the current policy, we make two-wheelers, which are electric, more affordable than the ICE vehicles. I think that is one of the biggest game changers that we've been able to bring about in terms of the electric vehicle policy in Maharashtra. But what is unique about it is, of course, we're giving early bird incentives, you're giving incentives for the next 3 to 4 years for two-wheelers, three-wheelers, four-wheelers, truckers, vehicle manufacturers, battery manufacturers, right up to the end user. Again, we're not just holding on with incentives. We're trying to mandate it for many, many institutions to go by complete EV transition in the next 2 or 3 years. For example, the government of Maharashtra itself has mandated itself that by 2022 April, every new vehicle bought or rented would be only and only electric. I think that is one of the foremost things that we've done. We're looking at hotels and corporates to go completely electric, be it with the EV 100 path. That is, again, over the next 12 months, that's what we're looking at. And largely a public transport system, which is the BST buses and other cities across Maharashtra. We're looking at a 100% electric fleet by 2027. That is something we are really keen on, connecting it to renewable energy. So it's the ecosystem that we're building.
This is great. And I was just reflecting very quickly on how the panel pretty much has, perspectives from India, UK, US, Angie is from Egypt, which is great. I mean, the next COP is going to be in Egypt. So it's going to be a very visible country, Spain, and a moderator from Costa Rica. So I think it's a pretty, it's a good achievement.
Right.
Let me check how much time we have. We still have about 7 minutes, and I know that we could go in different directions. So let's connect this with the fact that this COP has certain themes for each day. Tomorrow is Transport Day, so we will hear more about zero-emission vehicles. Today is Innovation Day, so I would also like to bring that perspective into this conversation, combining something innovative that in your work is making you very excited because you see the opportunity for acceleration. It could be from the perspective of policy, it could be from the perspective of the financing model. For example, in Latin America, the game changer around electric buses came from the financing model that was designed with the utility and the bus company that sells the buses. Let's bring that innovation element to the conversation. And of course, I would also encourage you to revisit or to complement with what was mentioned before about blind spots, anything you could complement in terms of making sure that we don't accidentally create infrastructure in a part of the state or the city or the country, and we leave people behind, and then it becomes a big problem for acceleration. So who would like to get started?
Shall I?
Agustin.
Yeah. No, go ahead, please. Yeah, well, one thing, ultra-fast charging. So I think that usually you have like 3 problems for the deployment of electric vehicles. It was cost. We have said that it was going to go down. The other one was range anxiety, and the other one was autonomy. So autonomy is going to be solved with the new models. You have 500 kilometers, 600 kilometers, more than enough, because you cannot drive your car more than 3 or 4 hours, right? So it's fast charging. You need to charge your car in the time period that you used to have like a coffee and a croissant, right? 15 minutes looks like enough. So to have 350 kilowatts that we are deploying this fast charging infrastructure widely, I think it's very important. And for the trucks, I think that charging stations with 1 megawatt for trucks for the time period they need to be waiting because it's compulsory. With 1 megawatt, they can charge another 400 kilometers. So we are in the way to deploy this infrastructure. Can be done. It's not rocket science, and I think it's the next level to remove one of the barriers that was this range anxiety and to have this safety network for charging.
Great. Angie, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, sure, thank you. So ultra-fast charging, absolutely, very exciting. I think overall, generally, if we look at sort of collaboration as a theme as well, someone said it earlier, this kind of the move away from established thinking is kind of common now. We have much less resistance to this fact that things need to change. and they're not going to look the same as they did before. And I think that from the perspective of, like, I've been working in freight for a long time, but more in the sort of shipping and aviation, coming into the road freight space in the last year and a half, 2 years, I think that two really interesting things seeing is this disruptive technology, these new tech companies and new OEMs that are coming in, very different business models, thinking very circular also, and actually just rapidly deploying these new vehicles has really made also the OEMs also start to, the more established OEMs, change their business models very rapidly without much notice. They've also become sort of holistic energy companies almost as well, that they can really basically roll out a system product as opposed to just a truck, but actually the entire way that you run that truck. That's very exciting. I think that also, as you said, the innovative financing is like, we have much more conversations with big finance now that are very thinking longer term and seeing the opportunity and helping us to think through the ways of how do you bring some of those innovative finance models that are used, and they're not actually that innovative, but they've just never been used in transport before, and make that work for our market. And lastly, I mean, we'll hear much more about this tomorrow, but there's going to be some really bold policy moves, which I think bringing all of these things together and putting them into play, into action in the year to come, I'm sort of excited to see that trailblazing effect. The one thing I would say on the gap is also just the way that we would think in the past is let's model this in a more developed economy and then transport it, translate it elsewhere. But actually, I think we're seeing, as you've pointed out in the Colombia model or others, I mean, we need to learn from also different markets. Different markets will have different solutions, different energy mixes, different policies in play. So these sort of projects on a country-specific basis will also be very important to make sure we keep our eye on and help to supercharge.
Commissioner.
You mentioned the word excited. I am really excited about all of the energy here today, and just talking about New York for a moment. We've done this deep dive into our decarbonization, and one of the really exciting things that came out of it is the costs and benefits. So we're always fearful of the cost, those getting out to the public, and of course that's scaring everybody away. We realized that the benefits of the transition far exceeds the costs, $150 billion worth. Which is really important, and that's not even taking into account the literally hundreds of thousands of new jobs that we're creating in New York State, just alone. And a huge component of that is transportation emissions, is the biggest source of emissions in New York State. What's really exciting, honestly, what means the most out of that is that savings figure is due in part to the lives saved. Tens of thousands of people who won't be dying because of air pollution. The dirtiest air in New York, in the US, is an area of the Bronx, where we're going to increase not only medium heavy duty vehicles, but also the emissions from regular passenger vehicles. There'll be thousands of people who live because of the work that we are all doing, and I think that's sometimes lost in the dollars and policies that we all hash out. But just the quality of life and the sustainability of our state will be better off because of all of the work that everyone on the stage is doing.
Excellent. Baroness.
Well, I'm going to be selfish, and I'm going to tell you what I want. And I have a house, I have a heat pump, I have some solar cells, and I've got 92 kilowatt hours of battery sitting on my drive, not connected into the system. So I want somebody to come along and connect my car into my house system. I can reduce the cost of electricity, I can reduce the load I put onto the grid, and given that by 2050 in the UK, 70% of our energy will come from electricity. Today, it's only 15%. When there's any kind of failure in the electricity system, our lives will stop. I want that 92 kilowatt hours of battery able to run my house when there's a local electricity failure. It will make me more resilient, and it will make us all safer. And so, please, I want people to come along and deliver this kind of system for me and everybody else in the UK.
Thank you. Minister.
Are we in time? Do we have time?
Yes.
Right, so I think two things very important in terms of innovation. One is finance innovation, because largely, as I said, with the policy, we've made the two-wheelers more affordable than the regular combustion engines. But the four-wheelers, largely across the world, if we can make them more affordable, if the banks can look at really giving finances to individuals on better rates, because largely the green finance that comes in for governments and corporates is huge scale. So if we can focus on the micro scale of things, I think that is very, very crucial on an individual level. And two, sustained awareness campaigns, which breaks the jargons into simplified language taking the point home to the people, saying this is what we're doing to the world. Because I believe climate is like karma. And whatever you do to the planet, it'll do back to you. So if you do good things will happen. So we need to really go beyond the jargons of what we are understanding as and take it to the common person, the layman out there, and convince him why he or she must take these actions.
Thank you. So we could go on because I can totally sense how excited you are, and we have to make sure your stories are told because they are good stories. So thank you so much for all the work that you're doing. I hope that we have more time to interact this week. And thank you so much to you for being here. And tomorrow is Transport Day. There will be good news. So we hope to see you tomorrow as well. Thank you so much.
Monica and everyone for that great panel. And I'm now delighted to welcome on stage Kristen Seaman, Chief Sustainability Officer of General Motors. I think that's sort of the middle. Thank you. Great. So, Kristen, over the last couple of years, we've seen a really big shift from GM. You've gone from a public position that opposed California's tailpipe standards to announcing massive investment into electric and autonomous vehicles by 2025, including in battery production with the Ultium platform. In March 2020, it was 20 billion. November 2020, we got to 27 billion. And as of June 21, it's now $35 billion. What's changed, and why are you confident in this new strategy?
Sure, thank you. So first off, thanks for having me here today. Super excited to be here and work with the Climate Group. So a lot has changed. Mainly the industry has changed. The industry is really at a tipping point and is transforming, and GM's very proud to have been at the forefront of that transformation. We see climate change as very urgent and real. And, uh-oh.
I've knocked something over, and I've caused... Well, it stopped buzzing.
It stopped whatever
buzzing.
It was doing. All was good.
Excellent. Yeah.
We're very adaptable here.
Sorry.
No, you're totally fine.
Sorry, Kirsten.
You're okay. You're okay. And so with climate change being so urgent and real, our biggest opportunity from an ESG standpoint is, a carbon neutral, all electric future. And so for GM, that has really meant these bold commitments that we made at the start of this year. In January of 2021, we announced that we plan to be carbon neutral in our products and operations by 2040, and that we plan to eliminate tailpipe emissions from light-duty vehicles by 2035. The Ultium platform, our battery platform, is a huge enabler as we continue to reduce cost, increase range, and we're really excited to see where that is taking us. And the enablers are there to see that all-electric future come to fruition.
Fantastic. And GM launched its first EV 25 years ago. So as a company, you've got a lot of heritage in building EVs, but the sales haven't taken off yet. We talk a lot about the S-curve. We've heard a lot about that today, and how once transformation starts, it can really happen quickly. So what's it going to take to shift global automotive production from where it is today to where it needs to be for the climate?
Sure. I really believe it's about having a full portfolio of products. The products have to be there. The EVs have to be there. For us, that's a full portfolio across every segment, every price point. We've made announcements. You talked about our investments that we announced, and that includes a commitment for 30 new EV vehicles globally by 2025. And our goal is that we'll sell over 1 million EV vehicles in that time frame. So having those products available so that every customer has an opportunity to purchase an EV. And then the second thing, I think, is what was talked about on the panel earlier as well, is the infrastructure. It's about greening the grid and making sure that as the EVs are available, that the green charging is available. We've made major commitments around renewable energy. We recently accelerated that goal. Our original goal that we made in 2016 was to be 100% renewable by 2050. We've increased that 3 times now, just recently announced that in the US we'll be there by 2025. And as part of that announcement, we also have a partnership with PJM and Timber Rock, where we're able to monitor the real-time carbon emissions from our facilities. So we'll be able to make smart decisions over what's happening at that point in time. Maybe we go to energy storage in that versus using the energy from the grid at a high peak times, et cetera. And then eventually to be able to do that with our customers. So having that full portfolio of vehicles that everyone can see themselves in an EV and having the grid green is what's going to be the big tipping point, I believe.
That's great. That's so interesting to hear. I remember, actually, when I was joining the climate group, seeing that 2050 target, and thinking that's a long way away. But what we believe in at the climate group is like getting that commitment's the first step,
Totally
and
agree.
then companies bringing it forward, and we're seeing that a lot. That acceleration.
Yeah, I completely agree. In fact, we had a session with our suppliers last week with some of our top suppliers, and we talked about that if you haven't made a commitment yet, make one.
Yeah.
And then you start to put the plans together and see you really can accelerate and
Yeah.
get there faster than you ever thought you could.
That's great. President Biden's emphasized the importance of EVs in spurring manufacturing, protecting good-paying union jobs, but the transition is going to really change the shape of the auto industry. How's GM thinking about that particular challenge?
Yeah, so our theme and is really about everybody in. We've talked about the fact that this transition can't leave anybody behind. That includes our dealers, our employees, our customers, and really focusing on how do we include everybody. Our UAW partners, we really look at them as a competitive advantage. We've been building vehicles, you talked about it, for over 100 years, and so we know how to do that. Working together to make that transition, there's going to be jobs available for everybody. There's just a lot of opportunity to make sure that we're working together as we make those transitions.
And how are workers and customers reacting?
Yeah, I mean, everybody's excited. When we made the announcements in January of last year, one of the things that we were surprised about, we expected to get positive feedback from industry and from NGOs. But one of the surprises to us was the amount of interest we had in the company from potential employees. So our current employees were super excited, but the interest that we received of people that wanted to come work for us. So now we've got the brightest and best that want to come work for our company because of what we've committed to.
Yeah, and GM made EVs the center of its Super Bowl advertising. I think, in the UK, we don't necessarily always understand significance of the Super Bowl advert, but it's a big deal, right, to put the EVs into that ad. How important, how have consumers reacted to that? How important is consumer demand in this?
Yeah, I mean, consumer demand is extremely important, and it's important that people can see themselves in an EV. So the Super Bowl ad was a lot of fun, was a lot of excitement, but it's a lot about, now as we talk about, again, the portfolio, so having products that everybody can get into. The infrastructure, we continue to say, is extremely important. One of the things that we just announced last week was working with our dealerships that we've made a commitment to install over 40,000 chargers in the communities where the dealers are. And so the important piece there is that it brings everybody in again. There's a statistic that would say that no customer is farther away than 10 miles from one of our dealerships. So now you're putting charging stations in the communities, at the soccer fields, at the community centers, where everybody has the ability and the access. So it really is about bringing everybody in and making that available, we feel strongly, to everybody. Nobody should be left behind.
Yeah, I think it's really important, that sense people know where they can charge.
Right, and that they can see it. It's about having charging stations across the thoroughfare. So we've made commitments to install fast chargers around major highways and to continue to be part of the solution. It's going to take all of us, it's going to take policy, it's going to take governments, but we have a responsibility too to be part of that solution.
When you talk to consumers, is that the biggest thing they're worried about, range? Is that still?
There's range, there's the product availability, is part of it. Range anxiety is certainly something people see, so I think as they see that infrastructure be available, they start to see themselves in a situation, where it works for them.
Great. And so we've been saying this a lot today, is the Innovation Day at the COP. What's most exciting to you about this transition to zero-emission vehicles, and how can we use this to make the shift go faster?
I mean, innovation it's all about the product, right? It's about everything we're doing, but most important to us, and we heard it a little bit in the panel before us, is really about climate equity and, you know, how we make sure that communities that traditionally maybe have been left behind or that are disproportionately affected by climate change, that they're brought into this solution as well. And so one of the things that we've talked about is our equitable climate action. It's really focused in 4 pillars. One is, you know, the future of work. We talked about bringing our employees along with us and having the training programs and the solutions that we all move forward together. The second is around EV access, so that everyone can see themselves. Maybe it's not that, maybe it's ride sharing, right? We've done some things with community groups where we've provided EV transportation for low income, you know, healthcare appointments and those type of things. The second is about infrastructure equity. Again, making sure that everyone can charge, right? Whether you're in a single family home or a multi-dwelling location, but that infrastructure is available for you. And then the last is about climate equity. So in addition to the investments that you mentioned earlier that we've made, the continuing increasing investment that we're up to $35 billion, we also announced a $25 million climate equity fund that's really about working together with community organizations and groups that makes those solutions available for those communities that have traditionally been more impacted by climate change.
Yeah, that's great. Well, thanks so much. It's really great to hear what GM's up to.
Thank you.
Didn't set fire to the stage.
No, I think
so that was
okay.
Yeah, that was good. Thanks very much indeed. And we're now going to have a quick coffee break or tea break, and we'll be back in here at 4 o'clock.
Thank you. Thank you.
It's probably quite obvious. Fleets make up about a quarter of the vehicles on the road, but they also sort of account for 2/3 of the emissions. So there's a very clear leadership opportunity for fleets to help us move to scale. And I'm very excited that I'm here with 5 experts really that are already walking the talk and driving the transition in their own operations. I very briefly introduce them just so you know who we're with. So we have, going from left to right, we have Lyanne Randolph, Chair of the California Air Resource Board. Then we have Richard Jones, Managing Director of Motor Finance and Leasing from Lloyds Banking Group. We have Mike Lightfoot, Chief Corporate Affairs and Sustainability Officer at LeasePlan. Then we have Clive Sally, CBE and CEO of OpenReach. And last but not least, we have Karine de Boissesson, Chief Sustainability Officer of EDF. So welcome everyone. We're very excited to have you here and hear some of your experiences and hopefully inspire lots of other people to come along for the ride and go help transition their own fleets as well. So we've prepared a few introductory questions for all of you to just give us a little bit of a feel of what you're looking at and what types of experiences you're bringing to the conversation today. And I'm going to start with Clive. OpenReach is one of the largest fleets in the UK. And in order to serve your customers, you really have to go anywhere from sort of quite dense city centers to quite remote urban areas as well. So I'm sure making a commitment to go electric by 2030 is quite a feat. So I'd love to ask you, as you're looking at the project of transitioning right now, what are some of the big challenges that are top of your mind and how you're working with companies and with government to maybe address some of those as well?
Okay, thank you very much and thanks for the invitation to be here. At OpenReach, we're a very large telecoms business in the UK, and we employ tens of thousands of engineers, each of whom drives a van. So we have about 28,000 diesel vans on the roads of the UK on any one day. So we are, as it were, part of the climate problem. We are creating lots of emissions. We have committed to greening that fleet and doing it at some pace. So a third of the fleet to be electric by 2025, and all of the fleet to be, non-carbon emitting by 2030. Most of our engineers take their vans home, right, of an evening, and that actually introduces perhaps the biggest challenge that we face in moving to electric vehicles. And that challenge is that many of our people don't live in homes with garages and driveways where we can install a private charging point for those individuals. So many of them live in flats or apartments, and they need access to public charging infrastructure on the streets of the UK in order to charge their vans overnight. And right now, that doesn't exist. It doesn't exist in large volume, and it certainly doesn't exist ubiquitously. So the first and biggest challenge we face is that public charging infrastructure. I would say the second is a sort of business challenge, which is about the government involvement in grants. It's actually more expensive for us to put electric vans on the road than it is to put diesel vans. We really need a deal with government that says grants will enable us to get to a business case that says it isn't more expensive to take on electric vans rather than diesel vans. And under those circumstances, we can go fast and adopt electric very quickly. And that leads, I think, to the third issue for us, which is actually supply. So I have less electric vans. My first 620 vans are on the road right now, but I aspired to be at a bigger number by now. So there is a constrained availability of electric vans in the UK marketplace. I can't speak for other marketplaces, but in the UK, there is a queue, there is a line. You queue up to get an electric van. So I would love to see the motor industry in the UK electrify the lines for van production. I buy a lot of Vauxhall Vivaros. Stellantis is the parent company. The line in Luton, which is the biggest van plant in the UK, only produces diesel vans today. So I would love to see industry, the manufacturing industry, and perhaps with government help, get to e-van production lines here in the UK so that we can buy and put on the road less polluting vehicles just at a faster pace. Those are the big three barriers that I would like to see us assault as a nation.
Great, thanks so much. And that's already three big points. So charging, support for demand, and then making sure we get all the vehicles that are needed by fleets. I'm going to go over to Leanne and talk a bit about the perspective from government fleets. I think California is probably one of the best known leaders in the US and in the world really in terms of EV policy, but you're also doing the work in terms of your own fleet. So tell us a little bit about what that means for you.
So in California, the cornerstone of our work towards the zero emission transition has been a good regulatory framework. We started in the light duty space, and we're taking that strategy in the heavy duty space as well. So we started with our advanced clean trucks rule, which requires manufacturers to increasingly produce and sell into the California market zero emission medium and heavy duty trucks. And we're complementing that with our advanced clean fleets regulation that we are currently developing right now that will require fleets to over 50 vehicles to purchase zero emission vehicles over time. And that is a critical market signal that we need to send so that the manufacturers know that there are fleets out there that are going to be purchasing their vehicles. The heavy duty and medium duty sectors are really important in California. Freights and goods movement is a huge impact on air quality, high rates of asthma and cancer in port communities, in communities along freight corridors, in our warehouse areas. The inland portions of the state tend to have large warehouse developments. There are millions of square feet of warehouses that are currently under development in the state, and all of those are served by heavy duty and medium duty trucks. And so we want to make sure that the fleets that are going into those warehouses are making the transition as quickly as possible to protect the health of our residents. And having that strong fleets requirement for the purchasing will send the global signal to the market that manufacturers need to produce these vehicles, because I have been talking to fleet owners and companies. I'm hearing the same thing. They're ready to buy the vehicles. They're ready to have them show up at their facilities, and they need to get the vehicles as quickly as possible. So that, along with infrastructure, those are some of the challenges we're also dealing with. But sending that high-level regulatory signal so that the investment will come and follow that signal is our first and foremost strategy.
Great, thanks. Of course, we're already seeing a lot of the interaction there also between government and then private sector fleets to work together, which is obviously part of what we're trying to generate here to get us to move faster. I'm going to go to Richard. You, amongst others in Lloyds Bank Group, you have a big leasing arm as well, so you have hundreds and thousands of customers or vehicles and then customers who want those vehicles to bring along for the journey in order to achieve your electrification commitments. So how are you doing that? How are you talking to them? How do you get them excited about electric vehicles?
Yeah. And like others, thanks for the invitation. It's good to be here. So yeah, look, we have over 1 million vehicles on our books, which are either financed or leased. We finance individual customers, we finance new cars and used cars, and we work with the smallest business all the way up to the biggest corporates. So we see sort of all use cases in terms of driving cars, vans, motorbikes, heavy goods vehicles. And so far we've had some real success in parts of that base. So I guess our simple mission is to go to every customer, every segment, and say, I want to make it easy, I want to make it affordable, and I want to make it desirable to electrify. And so far by the end of this year, we'll have about 40,000 pure electric vehicles on our fleet. The same again in volume in terms of plug-in hybrids. So we're making good progress in certain segments. Because in certain segments we can meet those commitments. It can be easy if you get the charging solutions right and you overcome things we've talked to today, like charge and range anxiety. It can be affordable when you start looking at total cost of ownership, and obviously financing solutions are a big part of that solution. And what's more desirable than saying, not only do you meet my transport needs, but I'm in really great vehicles, and I'm kind of helping to save the planet, and in doing so, I'm helping to save humanity. So that's quite a desirable thing. So, but that's our simple aim. Now there are certain segments, and we've talked about one already, which is the LCV market, where it's hard to do that for a lot of customers. But I think you've just got to break down the barriers, whatever the customer segment is, and remember that customers are not ubiquitous. They come at this with different beliefs, be them real or not. They come at it with different needs, and you have to go and meet that customer wherever they are, understand what their barriers are, understand what their motivations are, and try and create solutions for those customers to make it happen. And when you do that, it's very successful. And I think I heard a speaker earlier say, when a customer gets into an electric vehicle, they tend not to go back. That's very true. We see that the same. So yeah, get to the customer, understand where they're coming from, break down the barriers, and meet those 3 core goals, and the rest happens.
Great, and we're very excited, of course, to have companies like yourself as partners as well. We said you can be great amplifiers because you talk to lots of those companies at the same time, and there's a big role, I think, for all of us to make sure that the experience that we already have sort of gets consolidated, made accessible more easily to others who want to follow suit as well. I want to ask you, Corinne, about sort of, I guess, a similar challenge, a slightly similar but slightly different challenge in terms of bringing people along. So EDF has also made an EV100 commitment to go electric by 2030. And of course, for you, part of the work is then bringing everyone inside the company along as well. So tell us a little bit about how you do that, both in terms of just bringing employees into electromobility day to day, and also I know you've done some interesting things to bring your management along to really help you deliver those targets.
Yeah, so first maybe to make sure everybody knows EDF, I'm not the Environmental Defense Fund, but the Électricité de France, because sometimes I get invited by mistake. So, but I'm proud, okay, to be the national electricity company. So yeah, so I think I'm a Chief Sustainability Officer over the last 2 years, and our biggest challenge has been to make sure that everything we talk about sustainability, our employees can actually really feel it in their daily jobs, right? So we don't want cognitive dissonance that we know is killing engagement of employees. So the EV100 was a very strong game changer for us with the discussion with our employees, because for the first time they really see that we were investing in something that was not seen exactly as our core business, right? Because our core business is producing low carbon electricity. So it was a bit on the side, even though it's still not too small, because we're talking about 42,000 vehicles that will become electric by 2030. We are 15% as we speak of the fleet, so we are very happy. We started not so long ago. So what we did is to basically create a program which is called Fight CO2. And so we offer our employees special access in terms of tariff to electric vehicles, but also to bicycles, to everything that is decarbonized, right? Also for their heating, for everything that makes their carbon footprint lower. So they measure their carbon footprint, and then we give them the tools to reduce their carbon footprint. First thing you measure, and then you reduce, right? And so that has been a very strong appeal to our employees. And then basically what we've done recently is to put it into the compensation. So basically we want to force the management to go faster, because the very starting level of the employees, they are all for it, but the management sometimes is a little bit the constraint. So we put it in the management compensation, the EV100 basically target. And that is clearly creating the incentive to move faster in this discussion. And I think it's creating also for them the right voice to their own clients, because as most of the companies, most of my carbon footprint is in the scope 3, so the indirect emission. It's actually 80% of my carbon footprint. So I need to decarbonize my clients as well, right? And electric mobility is a way to decarbonize my clients. And so if I look at the avoided emission that I produce through the electric mobility that I can push with charging points, etc., in France, for example, and in the UK, we're talking about almost half of the avoided emission that I'm counting is coming from electric vehicles and the charging point. So for me, it's also a business case. So it's ambassadors, my employee, they go through it, they know the pain points, but then they can help as well to sell it to our clients. So I think for me, it's a total win-win.
Yeah, excellent. And I think it's a great example also for how leadership by one individual companies or group of companies then really spreads out into much broader circles, and that's obviously what we're looking to create. I want to go to Mike next. LeasePlan is one of the world's largest leasing companies. You have 1.7 million vehicles, I believe, under management across 30 countries. So maybe I can ask you especially about the global perspective. I think you're probably well placed to talk about, different paces in different markets. Where is it more easy, where is it more challenging, and where do you think, what's the role of fleets to move us forward?
Yeah, and good to say as well that we also have a net zero emission ambition from our total fleet by 2030, so we want to be totally electric across the entire fleet. When I was thinking about what are the big challenges, stopping everyone from going electric, I thought about a panel we had like 4 years ago in Bonn, in a much draftier room than this. And we talked about the challenges then, and we talked about model availability, we talked about range, and we talked about charging infrastructure. Now, excluding your very valid comment about the LCVs, when you talk about the passenger fleet, so the perk cars that a lot of company car drivers have, these days we have the models, the range anxiety has been largely addressed, but what has not been addressed is indeed the charging infrastructure. So we lack the public charging infrastructure. There should be around 15,000 charge points a week being implemented. That's not happening. I'm not seeing 15,000 charge points in the Netherlands or Amsterdam where I live. If you look at private charging infrastructure, a lot of work needs to be done on building codes to make sure that it's really easy, to put a charge pole when you build a new development. Or we look at how to electrify, put charging points in difficult to electrify places. I live on the canals in Amsterdam. I tell you, it's really difficult to charge your car. There's a couple around, but very few. So really the private charging infrastructure.
it needs to be addressed. But the big issue, given that the models are there, the range is coming, to be honest, the big issue is mindset. So around 75% of our customers are corporates, like I guess EDF or other large businesses across the world. And the companies that have made the most progress with their electrification agenda and supported us in making sure that like now already 1 in 5 of our cars are electric, the ones that have made the most progress are the ones that have really clear commitment from the top. The CEO is engaged, the chief sustainability officer engaged. They're really aware of how their fleet plays into their overall emissions profile. And those companies, they just say, okay, we got a commitment. This is the easiest thing we can do to reduce our emissions profile. We can do this with the stroke of a pen. This is a CEO-led commitment. Those companies make the most progress. So for us, those businesses are really leading. They have a coalition of kind of unusual people engaged with cars at the top. So the CEO, the chief sustainability officer, the chief safety officer, these kinds of people. So it's really a mindset. It's about coalitions at the right place in an organization. And I think certainly for the passenger car fleet, then you can make really fast progress across most of Europe. We think on a TCO basis, in 18 out of 22 core European markets for us, that in the, say, mid and high-end segment, that it's possible to go electric. There is an issue at the compact segment. But yeah, we think it's possible. We think the cars are there. We think it's a mindset. When it comes to LCVs, that will come. We just had a really cool meeting with the guys at Arrival, who are also partners of ours. They're designing really smart LCVs, more for deliveries rather than for your kind of stuff. But you also see Rivian, in the US. The LCV models are also coming. Everything is moving in the right direction. People need to get over the psychological barrier and, get the right mindset on and get it done. That's what it's about.
Great, thanks everyone. That was quite a wealth of perspectives already that we have here. So we want to go into the bit more interactive discussion, and we had talked earlier about let's try and make this a bit organic. I think the big benefit of being here today is after a long time we're in the real world, we can actually read each other's body language. So let's not necessarily go one by one, but see who feels inspired by the questions. And maybe building on the points that Mike was just making and others have as well in terms of mindsets and bringing people along. Sort of, I want to dig a little bit more into why do you take such a decision as a company or as a government. We know that transport is important as part of the carbon footprint for many entities, but also there's lots of other things that we need to think about in terms of climate as well. So how important is fleet electrification as a priority compared to everything else, and what is the rationale for those decisions?
I can start if you want. Transport, and I'm sure the numbers are maybe quite similar, but transport is the biggest emitter in France, right? It's 31%, I think, and 53% is individual cars. And France as a country has a net zero strategy as well, and electricity in all the scenario is used to decarbonize transport and buildings and everything else, because actually electricity is only 10% of the emission in France because we have so much decarbonized electricity. So we are really expected to drive actually the decarbonization of the transport. So we have the grid. The grid will be critical, first for the charging points, but also for the vehicle to grid, so the smart system, because unfortunately your car most of the time is parked, right? So with the battery, you can actually use it to give back electricity to the grid, and you can actually pay people to actually do that. So there is a very interesting business angle as well. We talk about the mindset, but I think if people benefit from having an electric car, because they are actually a sort of prosumer, so they actually act on when they want on the grid, I think there is a lot of interesting angles as well with local communities. So for us, it's a priority to decarbonize transport, because that's the only way actually we will manage to do net zero in France. And so in that sense, we have to be very, very engaged, both in our fleet, but mostly by avoiding emission of the transport sector, thanks to the decarbonized electricity.
Yeah, Mike.
From a legislative perspective, or regulatory perspective, it's unavoidable now, right? So all large companies have to disclose the climate risks that they're exposed to. They have to put in place, they have to disclose their scope 1, 2, and 3 emissions. And the investors are on everyone's back to say, okay, what are you doing to bring your emissions curve down? The regulators, our customers, the whole stakeholder world is pushing us towards electrification. So I think it's just so important that we, as people make the shift to electric, people realize what a huge role it can play. I mean, okay, for some of our large industrial clients, it's a smaller part of their footprint. They like to go electric because it's sexy, because it brands them differently, because it shows their commitment to climate change. But if we have a business like BCG or one of the consulting companies, their fleet is such a huge part of their emissions profile, and it's one of the simplest and fastest things that they can do to bring that curve down. So I think fleets, it's so important. 20% of CO2 emissions in Europe is road transport. 6 out of 10 cars are registered to companies. Fleets are the answer to bringing those emissions right down.
Yeah, just a point to add to previous two speakers. We talk about the legislative and regulatory pressures to decarbonize. What hit me as we've started deploying electric vehicles, electric vans in my case, is just how popular they are with the employees. So we mustn't underestimate the sort of internal pressure or encouragement, maybe is a more positive way of putting it, from our own employees to decarbonize our footprint on this planet. Our employees want to do a better job of sustaining the planet on which we live. They are encouraging us. We have a queue of people who want to take an electric van if only we could supply them in bigger numbers. And I think that's massively encouraging, actually.
And I'll just add another point. As you were saying about France, I mean, in California, transportation is, if you include the production of transportation fuels, California is an oil-producing state, and if you include our transportation emissions are over 50% if you include the extraction and refining of the fuel. And so when you add the question about short-lived climate pollutants and methane on top of that, it's really critical for California to stop being an oil-producing state. And the way we stop that is by taking our transportation system to zero emission. And so it's a critical part of our overall economy-wide strategy.
Great. So I hear a lot of consensus, almost, and pressure or incentives or opportunities building from all sides, which I think is a very exciting message to hear. I'm conscious that it's already been mentioned a few times. We're here at Innovation Day today as well, so it's also partially about coming up with new ideas, not just technologies, but also new business models, new ways of doing things, new ways of maybe arranging things. So I want to ask you about some of your experiences there. What are some of the most exciting ways of doing things in a different way that you see coming out for fleets, and how can we then use those as well to sort of make the jump to bring the rest of the system along?
Yeah, I'll go first on that. I think I think the point about employers, not just fleets, is really important. So one of the things that we've been pursuing is what we call employee affinity or salary sacrifice in the UK, where we take a scheme not just to the fleet of a company, but to their employees who might not have a company car or need a company car, and we give them a solution which actually from a savings perspective is fantastic. We've already got a number of those live. In fact, I've had to hire a whole new team just to get them implemented because they're so appealing. But that positions the employer, not just the fleet within an employer, but it positions the employer as a catalyzer for decarbonisation. So yeah, new products, but again, thinking about how leasing can add a different dimension to this. We're here effectively to fund the transition. Our job is to take residual value risk. It's to provide the balance sheet to fund this whole transition. And so we have to keep coming up with new financing solutions, and that's what we're doing. And they're attractive. They're going down incredibly well, and it's working. So I think lease companies and banks and others, we've got to think differently about how we can come to the party. And then I think going to commercial vehicle fleets in particular, and Lloyds is a member of something called the EV Fleet Accelerators, 8 companies, and we're solely focused on LCVs. And the reason we're doing that is because we're seeing so many of these chicken and egg arguments in the UK, and the one you mentioned about Vauxhall is one of those. The OEMs don't necessarily want to focus on LCVs because they're not sure of the demand. Because you're not sure of the demand, the government support isn't really there, and then you just get into this problem where they're too expensive. It needs dedicated charging infrastructure, and the whole thing doesn't work. So, I'm loving sitting next to somebody here from California who's already thinking about that stuff. And we're, I guess the job of that accelerator coalition is to say, let's just crack some of those problems and lean in and find some innovation to just get through those issues. And it might be subsidizing, it might be, we've made a commitment to buy UK-made LCVs over the next decade. And we've put a number on the table, say, you make them, we will buy them. And I think it needs those kind of bold statements and commitments, as well as practical action to make it all happen.
Yeah, absolutely. Karine, I see you nodding along.
Yeah, I agree completely with what was said about the chicken and egg problem, right? So, but I think interestingly, thanks to this net zero commitment, our government, each minister has done their own carbon footprint. And, for example, a typical French person emits 10 tons per year. We have to go to 2, as you know, right? Out of the 10, 1.9 is government. So government, by electrifying their own fleet, will help us decarbonize as individuals too, right? So that's why we're pushing as well our government to do that. But coming back to your question about innovation, and I think this is also a story about the win-win with the clients, because money is clearly an issue. That's why I think the vehicle to grid is really something that matters. And we invested in a Californian startup, of course, California always ahead of the game on this, which is called Nuvi. I don't know how you pronounce it anyway, but they are basically developing this logic of sharing the value of the electricity that you provide to the grid in terms of peak capacity. And I think that's very, very interesting, because at the end of the day, it's, in my view anyway, as a Chief Sustainability Officer, we cannot actually replace each ICE by an EV, right? Because then we touch other planet boundaries. So we have to rethink completely the way we are actually using transport. And I think this is also why V2G is very interesting in my view, because it will also avoid doing more infrastructure investment in the grid. So that's also the way we need to think about the system overall and not just pure transport. And electricity is really at the center of this reflection. So for us, we need startup, we need innovation to help us think differently than just adding. Additionality is the problem. We don't replace anything, we just add new things. And that is the problem if we want to reach the net zero.
So really think about the system integration and the different stakeholders as well. Leanne, did you want to share something from California's perspective, since you've been called on already a couple times?
Yeah, I think, a couple, Michael, and you also brought up this concept of thinking a little differently, because in talking to folks in our regulatory space, there's a lot of conversation about the duty cycle and what sort of charging infrastructure and vehicle capabilities do you need to fit the existing duty cycle. But I feel like sometimes you need to think, well, maybe some little tweaks to the duty cycle might actually, yield some opportunities like vehicle to grid charging and things like that can really kind of expand how you're thinking. And the other thing I would note is that one of the things we've been working on a lot in California is how do we get everybody working together to build the infrastructure. And I stole this from somebody in the light duty space. I don't think of it as much as a chicken and egg, but as a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, because they all kind of have to go together. And so, in our incentive programs, we're really trying to coordinate the issuing of incentives so that when you're getting your vehicle, you're also, working with the infrastructure folks to get your infrastructure built out at the same time. And we're really trying to be a lot more closely and carefully coordinated. And the private sector is doing that as well. Some of the manufacturers are actually forming teams in their companies to be like, okay, I'm I'm going to walk you through working with a utility and working with your landlord, a team that will help you kind of make sure the infrastructure is there because they want to sell the vehicle, right? And so if they can help the fleet owner navigate that infrastructure space, I think that's a lot of value added in terms of their sales strategy.
Great, thanks so much. And I love the peanut butter jelly sandwich. I think I'll upgrade my own metaphors for sure in the future. So that's very exciting. We have a few minutes left. I want to talk a little bit more about the challenges. Like we've already heard quite a lot about charging infrastructure, and I feel that's almost been a theme throughout the day today, that we really need to dig into that, and it's one of the things that rises to the fore again as we're going for scales. The other bit I want to ask you about is the question of cost. Obviously that has come up quite a bit as well, and ultimately total cost of ownership as the ultimate measure that sort of decides whether investments can be made or not. So I think we've made a lot of progress, certainly on the light-duty vehicles, but where are the barriers, where are the challenges, what are the things that you still find really difficult on that front, and what are maybe some of the things that policymakers or the broader market, basically what needs to happen to remove those?
I think, yeah, I mean, I won't say more about TCO because I think it's well understood, but I think there are segments. I always go back to segments. You've got to look at segments of users in the market and see who needs more support. So I do think the LCV sector needs more of a boost. I think OEMs need more of an incentive or penalty to put more focus on it. Legislation targets tend to look at total vehicles made, and the passenger market versus the LCV market is light years ahead. And I think it's being prioritized by OEMs pretty much, certainly in Europe and probably globally. We need to think about how do we, address that, and how do we get a little bit more incentivization into LCVs, because the price difference on an LCV, electric versus combustion, is massive. In cars, it's there, but it is reducing, and it is becoming, with the total cost of ownership, it's breachable. It's, you can make it work. It just doesn't work with LCVs. So we have to find some solutions. I think, again, as I say, we have to lean in and give that commitment to purchase. I think manufacturers have to put more support into it, and perhaps it needs more targeted investment as well. So that's one area. The other area, half of my customers have used vehicles. The UK has 30 million vehicles. We sell 2.5 million vehicles a year. It's going to take a long time, probably 2045, before we're truly at net zero in terms of UK transport, even from a tailpipe perspective. So the other thing that I'm really keen on is how do we manage the trickle-down economics from new vehicles to used vehicles, and how do we think about the economic case for a used car buyer, because that still doesn't quite stack up. The incentive structures are focused on new car buyers, and that's fine because that's where we are in the cycle. We have to shift that incentive structure to think about used car buyers as well.
Just to develop your kind of segment logic a little bit further. So we did like a big study called the Car Cost Index, looking at TCO across 22 European countries. And we looked at the high end, the medium and compact segment. And the high end, because the OEMs have indeed prioritized that. So you can all get a Polestar and a Tesla, and there you see actually on a TCO basis, you're starting to get to cost competitiveness. But when you get to the medium or compact segment, I mean, there you've got really few models. You're starting to get them, like the ID3, right, is a great example, which is like a Golf, like a typical fleet car for a passenger car, but, they're not there yet. I'm very optimistic that they will come because of the EU emission targets for the OEMs, but if we really look at the segments at the moment, it's probably top end, it's available, but not the mid and compact segment.
Just, if I can add to that, please, just another point on the segments debate. My big problem space is LCVs, so light commercial vehicles, but I also have a smaller number, but very important vehicles that are very heavy trucks, right? Very heavy trucks. And right now, it isn't clear to me what the solution is, the green solution for heavy trucks. Is it electrifying that portion of the fleet? I don't see those types of vehicles on sale today, or is it a different technical solution? Is it green hydrogen, perhaps? I read of that. But I think that segment is not, well, it's certainly by me as a customer of vehicles, is not well understood. I don't understand what the green solution is for very heavy trucks. I don't know if anybody else has anything to add there.
Well, I would say in the heavy truck space, when you think about kind of intra-city routes, I mean, shorter haul, heavy-duty trucks, there's definitely products like that that are available. But I think you're right that innovation really needs to push either more efficient batteries that weigh less, or there needs to be a hydrogen solution. And Hyundai is doing a project out of the Port of Oakland, about 300 miles into the Central Valley, where the warehouses are, where they are going to be providing hydrogen fuel cell trucks for those routes. But that is very different than taking the product to Nevada, to Utah, to further on. And so I think there's still work to be done on those long haul heavy trucks.
Great. Thanks so much, everyone. I'm afraid I'm going to have to start closing us off. Time is always running when you get these high-energy conversations. I do want to end in giving you all an opportunity for a short half-a-minute final thought, and it's going to be the same question that we've been asking everyone throughout the day in recognition of Innovation Day. So basically, if you look at your experience of the zero-emission vehicle transition, what is the thing that excites you the most, and how can we use that to help us drive the transition even faster? So half a minute each. If you can keep it in 20 seconds, that's even better. So I'm going to go from Corinne and then all the way through here.
Well, as I said, for me, it's about engagement and consistency between what we claim we are doing as a responsible company and what our employees feel on the field of what is happening. So I think this is really consistency and engagement for me, and that's very much what is needed if we want to succeed.
So what encourages me the most is that I think we'll win this race to decarbonize our fleets because our employees want to do it, right? So, irrespective of what lawmakers and regulators do, our people want to be green, right? And they will cajole us to go as fast as we can. That's why we're going to win this race.
Yeah. I'm excited about the technology developments. Like when we started all this 4 years ago, the passenger car models weren't there. The big issue now is the LCV models, but they're coming and they're cool and they're going to be great. So but hopefully in 4 years' time, we can all move on to another problem that we can fix.
Yeah, I mean similar. We work with pretty much every global manufacturer. The scale of change that I've witnessed in the last 5 years has been just astounding. And I know that there are tons of challenges that we haven't yet solved, but my optimism is centered on the fact that we have created an unstoppable force. And so I have confidence that whatever the challenges are we'll face, we will find a way because so many aligned parties are now focused on making sure that it happens. So yeah, I leave with a lot of enthusiasm, and after seeing all of the speakers here today, just hearing the perspectives from across the world is just adding to that. Yeah.
Great, Leanne, final words from you.
I'll just reiterate what I said. More efficiency, faster charging, more efficiencies in the batteries themselves. We saw that in the light-duty space. We saw that pace of transition, as Michael said, and as we see it in the heavy-duty space, it'll just make that transition happen that much faster.
Great. Thanks so much, everyone. Lots of messages of collaboration and optimism, which is a great note to end on. So thanks, all of you. And I will hand back to Helen to introduce our closing keynote.
Thank you, Sandra, and thanks again to the panelists for that fantastic discussion. And they were competing with a bit of music that was coming in, but you handled that very well. So to close off today's event, I'm delighted to introduce Martin Lundstedt, CEO and President of Volvo Group, one of the world's largest truck manufacturers, to deliver the closing keynote. Martin.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So I realize that I have a challenge now after a long and fruitful day to still keep the interest. And I think most messages, of course, has been transmitted, but a little bit from our side also. First and foremost, it's a great honor to be here. And also, I was very happy to hear about the discussion about the heavy-duty sector that we are representing. And we are proud of that, obviously, one of the biggest groups when it comes to providing trucks, buses, coaches, but also construction equipment in the world. And this is, of course, the time to be in our industry, really to make the change happen and to drive transformation. We also like to participate in meetings and in initiatives like this, because this is a systemic change that needs to take place of scale. And therefore, we really need to cooperate together. The good news, of course, is that logistics, transport, infrastructure around that is driving prosperity as we know it and as we have measured it in terms of financial and metrics, but also in social metrics, not at least public transportation, for example, that we are engaged in. We see how important that is for really driving also social development. But at the same time, we see also the trends that transportation will continue to increase, and there are so many mega trends that are driving in that direction, obviously, and you have discussed that during the day here. But not at least, for example, when we see e-commerce and what that is bringing to the table, it needs to be considerably more sustainable. Heavy road transport in European Union, to take an example, is standing for approximately 30% of the emissions when it comes to road transports. So there is a big, of course, opportunity to change that. You can say when it comes to the heavy-duty transportation, it has been now a couple of years when we have seen the pathway. Of course, we have tried a number of different roads already before. Ethanol, another type of renewable fuels into the internal combustion engine. In certain parts of the world, we believe that will continue to play a very important role. But what is good to see is also that technology is now starting to happen when it comes to electrification and fuel cells that was mentioned here before. Since on the bus side, obviously, we have been participating in that when it comes to city buses. For more than 10 years, we took a decision for city buses to abandon diesel development approximately 10 years ago. And we are now, since a couple of years ago, in serial production when it comes to medium duty, but also heavy duty truck applications, primarily then for distribution, city applications, waste collection, etc. Both for Volvo, Renault, and also for Mack trucks in the United States, and also Volvo trucks in the United States. So how will this happen? I mean, it's a pretty easy explanation, and then we have to do it, of course. It's about execution of deployment at scale. But what we can say is that, first and foremost, 2050, everything needs to be fossil-free on a global scale, globally. That means that 2040 for the Volvo Group, that is the hard end of shipping anything that is fossil-based, since our equipment is lasting at least 10 years, right? In the rolling fleet. So 2040, globally, everything needs to be fossil-free when it comes to products and services. And that means, of course, that when you take that further back, that already 2030, we need to have a considerable transition into fossil-free solutions in developed and advanced countries, Europe, North America, many parts of Asia, etc. It's important, of course, and I don't need to dwell into detail here, that there is, of course, a big difference when it comes to the different transport means that we have discussed today. I mean, two-wheelers and cars and light commercial vehicles and heavy-duty trucks, etc. And trucks, of course, which makes it so funny to be in this industry, I've been spending a couple of years in this industry, is that it's a B2B business. And that's good news now when we need to do the transformation, right? And it's also about product TCO for real, total cost of ownership, but also life cycle revenues. And that is important because life cycle revenues for our customers will play an increasingly important role when it comes to their calculation of, if you think about the truck as a P&L, as a profit and loss statement, which is in reality. So trucks are 10 times cars in any respect. I mean, on the technical side, 10 times the battery sizes, or the energy capacity is needed, utilization rate is 10 times higher, I mean, operating time, annual mileage, etc. But in a way, that's good news, because the upfront capex are bigger for these type of vehicles, and the more utilization, the better it is. And therefore, we really need to engage here. And we always say that technology, infrastructure, or technology, i.e. our products and services, infrastructure in the broader sense, and TCO or life cycle revenues, multiply them with each other. If anything of these is zero, then it will not happen. And price on carbon is obviously one thing that is very important for us to get there. On the charging side, before coming into our technologies, we are now taking out this chicken and egg discussion by joining forces between the big players in our industry on the heavy-duty side in Europe. Together with Daimler and Traton, I heard that Ola was here this morning. We are actually forming a joint venture as we speak for the pan-European charging infrastructure, fast charging in order to get there. The good news is that interest is high. There are a lot of investors, both from industry, but also from our horizontal players that will actually continue, would like to participate, but also financial investors. So that is showing that there is an interesting business case. Why is that important? Because, I mean, in relation to the car side, a big proportion of charging will take place also along the routes. We will, of course, support our customers when it comes to the home depot and also the loading and unloading situations. But they will also invest themselves, that we see already today. But along the routes, this is a very important part, right? And that also needs to be matched with, I mean, the resting times, with the unloading, loading. And that's the reason why eventually we need to move up to a 750 kilowatt type of fast charging structure. Also, obviously, in this respect, it is important to continue with, I mean, 2040, as I said, is still 20 years out. And I think that even myself, or not even myself, unfortunately, I would have been retired at that time. So we need to pull this much closer, right? And as I talked about, 2030, we have committed minus 40% for globally, again, than on the Science-Based Target Initiative. And I have to confess that the Science-Based Target Initiative from the start, I did see more like a tick in the box. We had the internal targets, but the dynamic it created for us, not only internally, and the bottom-up type of, you know, this is for real, and the pull from the organization, but also the conversations with our upstream and downstream partners was great. Because what is happening is that because 92% of my total scope is actually scope 3 downstream. And what is happening is that my scope 3 downstream is someone else's scope 3 upstream, or maybe scope 1 and scope 2, and that's creating a fantastic dynamic. And that's the reason why I love to have this as the base now, and that will be one of the key drivers. Because the price on carbon will not only be public, it will also actually be a lot of, and we see that already happening, that corporates are putting price on carbon internally in their investments, which is great news, because we need to get that. And that is one of the key drivers for the acceleration here. And therefore, I'm very optimistic that we will, for a number, and it's not only about geographies, by the way, it is about segments. And we will have S-curves for each segment. So the average might be 40% or 50%, whatever, to 2030. But in reality, distribution will be an S-curve from today maybe 5-10% in Europe to 100% in a couple of years, because it's viable, right? And it's a very important, and I mean, that's the reason why I say this is the coolest industry. I mean, every company is touching base on logistics. But we can talk about that more. So how will we do it to the panel here? What will happen in heavy duty? Battery electric is a given. We are already into production for that. We have today ranges of 300 kilometers of the heavy duty range. Next year, it will go up to 400, 450. And that is covering more than 50-60% of the heavy duty need in Europe, as a matter of fact, if you have a smart charging system. what is happening is, of course, that with our connected solutions, we have 1.5 million units connected to our fleet management systems today. We can also guide and support our customers in how they should do the route planning, etc. That in itself will save energy and time. So battery electric for sure, but also for a number of reasons, fuel cell electric will be important. We have partnered with Daimler Truck, forming a joint venture that is called Cell-Centric for a number of reasons. First and foremost, that we have a viable technology. Fuels, I've been 30 years in this industry. Fuel cell have always been 10 years away. It was in 1992, it was in 2002, it was in 2012. This is the first time in my entire career it's not 10 years away. It is much more recent than we think, which is good news when we look at the technology as such. Why do we partner? Because, of course, to gain scale quicker, not only to gain scale, but do it quicker, and also to really do the final investments of it together as a team. But the most important is to show the world that we believe in fuel cell stack technology. And we will form, and we have formed, a joint venture that is open for any third party to also participate and to acquire stacks from that joint venture, because it's, of course, operating at arm's length. So that is the next one that is very important for us. And when we look at the roadmap to 2040, as a matter of fact, that will be the majority for sure. Battery electric and fuel cell electric. We think it will be still a tiny proportion that will be internal combustion engine. And the reason for that is really where do and how do you generate the possible energy in different parts of the world. Even if you have a very good green generation, like we have in many parts of the world, specifically on renewables, storage will be very important, and therefore fuel cell based on hydrogen will be important. I mean, if you charge 1,000 trucks at the same time in Europe with a 750, or wherever, with a 750 kilowatt charger, 1,000, which is nothing, then you need for that hour or 45 minutes a dedicated nuclear power station. So one thing that I've learned in life is that electricity is consumed while it's produced. And it was actually a test up in Sweden in the 60s where they had one TV channel in Sweden, and everyone that was looking, 50% of the Swedish population looking at that TV show, and the host was standing up front one of the biggest hydro stations in Sweden in north. And he said, go out, put on all the stoves, and what do you say, above the stoves there, where you put the to boil water, etc. Everyone did that, came back, and everyone did see how the big flaps on these hydropower stations slowly opened. And that tells us something, that we need also to have storage, and therefore hydrogen will play a very important role also in this type of energy transition. We are very optimistic about it. We see also how the cost of production will happen here. So storage will be key, and in some other areas, also third and fourth generation of waste will play an important role for certain very specific, but the minority of the transportation we see, still fossil-free. It is also good that a lot of the regions are moving ahead with bold action. I think in the Fit for 55, if that is getting through, it's good with alternative fuel infrastructure regulation, that we have a demand requirement. It will be private money into that, but it needs to be a requirement also on the states to actually have a certain density. We will participate for sure. Also that it's possible to have, I should not say state aid, but at least, I mean, a push in order to get there. I think Germany, for example, have a very good system now to push for the initial type of investments, not at least for our customers. TCO, for certain segments will be reached pretty quick. We often talk about the total cost of ownership as one of the main hurdles. I should argue that it is for certain segments, it's true. But when you really plan well, the TCO parity is coming quicker than we believe, and that is good news. But we need a push now. We are in another very good initiative with the California Air Resources Board, working with the Lloyds project, where we are really looking through this now, out from the LA port and from the Long Beach, also container terminals, because starting to build out from there, and we are measuring now how the TCO is looking. Again, a little bit more increases on carbon, and we will get there. But the most important thing for our customers to move into this is to feel confident that we can do the step. It's about peace of mind, because they need to have certainty about the residual values, about the battery durability, about the recycling, about the charging infrastructure, capacity planning, that we have, so to speak, also a long-term view on the green generation of energy, etc. And that's the reason why partnership is the new leadership. I'm happy to report that, and we started to disclose actually our sales and orders of battery electric vehicles as from Q1 this year. Tiny numbers, but good percentage increases. And I'm a little bit happy to say that on the heavy duty side in Europe, we are together, Volvo trucks and Renault trucks, sitting on a market share of 60%. And I hope that we can stay there. It will be tough. But it is a first mover opportunity that we are working with. Great news, as I said, also that customers are very interested, but customers, transport buyers, are extremely interested. And again, when we talk about the ecosystem, partnership is the new leadership. I know that Ikea has been here, for example. I always ask my team, what did Ikea said about when we visited them the last time on trucks? Say, they are not buying any trucks. No, but they are deciding a huge logistic system and how that should operate. And that's how it will go in the future. We need to look, it's like the semiconductors. It will not do for us to just talk with the tier ones. We need to talk with the tier 2s and tier 3s and tier 4s. We are all connected, right? And that is the same thing in this fantastic transformation. Battery costs coming down. We have seen that. Good news is that we see that for mobility, 60 to 70% of, I'm already overdue, so okay, I will stop in. But 60 to 70% at least of the energy is remaining in the batteries when we have to take them out of cyclicality and other reasons, right? The good news is that now we have created, for example, a new business area, Volvo Energy, where we'll utilize this for stationary storage, not at least together with our customers, for the depot charging, utilizing that for arbitrage when, coming back to the flaps in the hydropower station, when electricity is still produced in the windmills, etc., utilize that and then charge it. It will also lead to a better TCO situation as soon as possible. So partnership, again, as I talked about, it's a lot about the big partnership. This is one very good example. Daimler on the fuel cells, Samsung on the battery side, where we have a very, very deep cooperation, the charging infrastructure. But the true partnership that will come now is really downstream with our customers, and of course with also policymakers and authorities to make it happen. So since I'm a little bit overdue, I will fast forward. Another very important thing. Of course, I talked about the emissions when it comes to tailpipe, if I put it like that in a simplified way. But also another very important part is the input material, obviously, and the emissions also there. And I have to say a report also that I'm very proud that we, together with SSAB, LKAB, and Vattenfall in the hybrid initiative, took the chance to be their first customer when it comes to CO2-free steel, produced the first mining hauler out of that we actually got produced now a couple of months ago. We will deliver to customers, and also starting to test together with the customer what is that worth to do the full mount, so to speak, into this. So it is an electric, autonomous, fossil-free mining hauler, and that is, of course, really the future. So again, just great to be here. I've heard from colleagues, I've listened in to some of the sessions, continue to work together. I'm convinced, and I'm a little bit, super motivated about the fact that this is bringing opportunity for the planet, to shape the world that we want to live in, but also in our sectors to attract the best talents. Because here you have the opportunity to make a real difference. You will have fun, and we will also both do good and do well. So great to be here, and thank you for this initiative and the opportunity to work together as a team. That is what we need. Thank you.
That's great. Thank you. Thank you, Martin. And thank you to all of our speakers, our moderators, our partners, the delegates, all of you who joined us here in Glasgow, and everyone who tuned in online today. So I think we can all see that the writing is on the wall that COP26 will mark the end of the road for the internal combustion engine. And I think those of us who've been here this week have heard the voices of the people in the street are really, really clear. There's no more time for delay. There's no excuses to be made. So it's on us to make clean road transport a reality in the time we've got left. And we've got the solutions. And I think what we've really seen today is that we've got the will. So let's not put off to tomorrow the things that we can start to achieve today. And with that, that concludes today's RouteZero event. Climate Group will now be hosting a drinks reception. We'd love to see you all there. I think we can all say that we've earned it. Thank you again for joining us, and see you shortly.
We can have this one.